been with us before, and welcome to those who are new to the inquiry proceedings. My name's Alistair Edwards. I'm a reporter for the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. Before I proceed, can I just check everyone can see me and you can hear me just by a nod of heads? Brilliant, thank you. We're continuing today into the inquiry for the Section 36 application by RWE Renewables UK Onshore Wind Limited for a wind farm comprising 12 wind turbines on land at High Clachaig Forest. Firstly, can I just confirm who's participating in the inquiry sessions, those leading and giving evidence? And I'll start with the applicant.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. So my name is Vincent Fraser, King's Counsel. I'm appearing as advocate on behalf of the applicants. I'm instructed by Mr. Gary McGovern of Pinsent Masons, who we can see on the call. And my witness today, as you know, sir, is Mr. Nigel Weir, who again we can see on the call.
Thank you. And for the council?
Good morning, sir. Maurice O'Carroll, appearing for the council, instructed by the legal department. I don't have any witnesses with me today and will be accompanied by Arlene Knox, who'll be observing only.
Okay, much appreciated. Thank you. Mr. O'Carroll, without your witness here today, I assume that you're content with that and you can convey any of the evidence that you might need to know or see before tomorrow's proceedings.
Yes, two things about that. Firstly, I anticipate that my witness, Mr. Guy Wimble, will be able to attend to observe after about 11 a.m. this morning. And so we'll be able to see the evidence of Mr. Weir from that point onwards. And yes, I am content to proceed on that basis. The other thing I wanted just to flag at this stage is that I'm extremely anxious that Mr. Wimble's evidence should be started and concluded tomorrow. And I note that there are, certainly judging by the core documents that have been intimated to me this morning, and obviously in view of the core documents that I intimated last evening, which will be referred to during the course of Mr. Weir's evidence, I am concerned that Mr. Weir's evidence might not be concluded today. It might be, but I'm just flagging it now. But in the event that it's not concluded today, I would suggest, with your agreement, sir, that if it doesn't conclude by a reasonable hour this evening, that we then pause Mr. Weir's evidence and then commence Mr. Wimble's on Thursday as timetabled, and then restart Mr. Weir's evidence afterwards, so that Mr. Wimble is at the inquiry for the least amount of time possible and for a finite period on that day as scheduled, which he has arranged to attend for. So I suggest that now, and that's my initial concern. Thank you.
Okay, noted. Mr. Fraser, it's your witness. Obviously, there'll be a period of purdah in effect if that were to occur. Do you have any thoughts?
Yes, I want to accommodate Dr. Wimble, obviously, but that wouldn't be acceptable. Now, it seems to me if that is what Mr. O'Carroll wants, the only way we could potentially deal with that would be if we got to the point where we were going to have to pause Mr. Weir, I would re-examine him on everything that had occurred to that point, because I certainly need to be able to speak to Mr. Weir tomorrow whilst I'm cross-examining. I'll be able to contact Mr. Weir tomorrow whilst I'm cross-examining Dr. Wimble.
Understood. Absolutely understand that, and obviously there'd have to be an exception to the general purdah rule in these very unusual circumstances. But anyway, I don't want to take up time now because it's just giving a self-fulfilling prophecy in that. And so I'd like to proceed. Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, we can return to this matter this afternoon and review how much time we're taking and when we may complete. Thank you for raising it, though, Mr. O'Carroll. So looking at the sequence of evidence, we'll take Mr. Weir's evidence first today and then Dr. Wimble tomorrow. And we do have the run over into Friday if necessary, as we've just discussed. Now, some procedural points. The fire alarm did not go off here yesterday, but it is anticipated to go off at 10 today. So if I'm on mute for a wee while, that's why. Please be aware of your own fire arrangements wherever you are. You're being filmed today, and by being filmed, you're consenting to having your images stored and used for historical purposes in accord with training and for this particular case. Could I just have a show of hands to say that your consent is given to being filmed for the purposes of today? Thank you. Thank you all very much. Now, you should be okay with this, but in terms of microphones, if you can just make sure that you're on mute when you're not speaking and unmute when you are. Use the hands up feature that's along the top of the Teams software, or raise your hand and I'll try and look out for you if you have a question. If you have a mobile phone or other device, please keep that on silent or at least in vibrate so it doesn't interrupt proceedings. Now, in terms of the inquiry procedure, this morning we're beginning with inquiry sessions into the matter of landscape and visual impact, along with cumulative impact and aviation lighting. I realise that everyone here is well versed in the process, but for those viewing proceedings, I'll explain a little before we begin. An inquiry is a more formal process than a hearing session that we've had already this week. Firstly, to ensure that everyone discloses their case in advance, and secondly, to bring structure and rigour to the process of information gathering and discussion that will take place here. The evidence will be given by the witness appearing for each party, and each witness will generally read their precognition. The witness will then answer questions posed by those leading the other side. Questions may relate to any aspect of the full precognition and the documents on which the evidence is based. I will also ask questions if I need further information. Particular points may be clarified after cross-examination has taken place. The purpose of the inquiry session is to enable me to obtain relevant evidence about the proposed development so that I can make an informed recommendation to the Scottish ministers. Those asking questions should focus on this purpose. I'll intervene if I think that either the evidence or the questions do not assist me in that role. In addition, witnesses should avoid repetition, particularly if they are of the same opinion. It would be efficient if a witness could simply state that they agree with the response of someone else where that's the case. Now, we have a few options in terms of precognitions. We can have them read out as a whole, taken as read, or we can have certain passages read out with clarifications given. Is there any preference today, Mr. Fraser?
I think so. We can take the precognition as read. I have some supplementary questions I wish to ask Mr. Weir, but I'm happy to take that as read, unless you would like him to read out the introduction.
I think for those, sorry, Mr. O'Carroll, I'll let you come in. You're on mute.
I'm also happy to have precognitions taken as read, sir.
Okay, well, for anybody viewing this at home or viewing this back, you can obviously look at the precognitions on the DPA website. So we'll take them as read, and Mr. Fraser, I'll pass to you to introduce your witness.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Weir, I think your name's Nigel Weir, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've produced a precognition, which is core document, I think 1016, and an inquiry report, which is core document 10004. That's correct?
That's correct.
And I think, as you explain in both those documents, you actually gave evidence at the previous inquiry into the previous scheme in 2019.
Correct.
Now, I think there's just one or two small corrections that you want to make to the inquiry report, which, as I said, is core document 10004. Shall we just go through those first, Mr. Weir? And I think the first one might relate to paragraph 3.2.2. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
I think for people, if they want to find that, that's page 17 or PDF page 21. I think.
So at paragraph 3.2.2, this applies to some of the other points that I wish to clarify. It relates to the degree to which there are differences in either the magnitude or significance of effect. So for 3.2.2, the sentence did say, It is important to note that although it is accepted that the magnitude of visual impact is increased for some viewpoints as a result of the increase in turbine heights compared to the 2019 consented development. And then it should say, with the exception of viewpoint 13, brackets Kintyre Way north of the site, it does not exceed the magnitude or significance thresholds. And then it should say, for significantly affected receptors assessed in relation to the smaller scheme, found acceptable by the reporter in the 2019 appeal decision. The same point essentially applies to paragraph 5.1.2.
I think it's page 22 again, if that helps people, PDF 26.
Where the sentence reads, the difference between the two schemes is, and I would like to insert generally, insufficient to change the magnitude or significance outcomes applicable to the 2019 consented scheme.
I think that's a consequential change because of viewpoint 13, is it, Mr. Weir?
It is, yeah, one follows from the other.
Okay.
And then in relation to paragraph 5.3.1.
It's page 24, PDF 28, I think.
The sentence should read, the reduction in turbine numbers from 14 to 12 simplifies the composition and partially mitigates magnitude of effect. So I have inserted mitigate in between partially and magnitude in brackets compared to a 14 turbine scheme. So that, again, that's an addition in paragraph 5.3.1. Finally, in relation to paragraph 5.2.4, this is a reference.
I think that's back to page 23, PDF 27, if that helps people.
This is a reference to whether the full height of all turbines is visible. And I would just like to correct the sentence which says very few locations to no identified locations. So essentially that is suggesting that there are no identified locations where the full height of the turbines is visible.
Is that something you've gone back and checked on?
Yes, I've gone through the wire lines and I've gone through the visualizations.
Any other corrections that you're aware of at the moment, Mr. Weir?
No, none I'm aware of.
Very helpful, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Weir, in your report, I think it's section 2.4, you addressed the Nature Scott guidance, and I think at section 2.5, you addressed the landscape wind energy capacity study, which I'm going to call LWEX, if people will forgive me, because it's such a mouthful. And I think you set out your findings there, but I just wondered, with respect to one or two points, whether you could just draw out the particular points you'd invite the inspector to have in mind with respect to those sections, Mr. Weir.
Certainly. So when we're thinking about the design of the proposed wind farm, I think it's very useful to refer to viewpoint 19 from Ben and Turk. This is core document 009040. I just give people a moment to call up that document.
I have that, Mr. Weir, if you want to continue.
Okay, you will need to scroll to figure VP19.4, which is the photo montage showing the Clachaig Glen turbines, but with the Ben and Turk turbines in the foreground.
That's probably the last page, isn't it, of the document?
I think it probably is the last page, yeah.
Okay, yes, proceed. Thank you.
So this is, as you can clearly see, something of a high point within the Ben and Turk 1 wind farm. And the reason I think it's relevant to the inquiry to look at this image is that it shows very well the effect of the intervening landform between the A83 and the coastal strip and gear, and the Clachaig Glen turbines, which are the turbines to the rear of the more prominent turbines in the foreground, which, as I say, are Ben and Turk. They are 63.5 meters in height, and you can see in relative terms that smaller turbines to the rear are the Clachaig Glen. It is the Clachaig Glen wind farm photomontaged into the view. There aren't many locations where it is possible to appreciate in this way the degree to which the intervening landform rising up from the coastal plain provides a significant degree of screening of the lower section of the turbines, or in some cases including slightly increased screening of the upper sections of the turbines. And therefore, I think that's an important point to consider before we move on to look at the view from the other direction, which is from viewpoint 8. But a few additional items of relevance, I think. The tallest turbines within the Clachaig Glen wind farm are essentially T7, T10, T11, T13, and T14, and they're predominantly at the left-hand side of the image. So those 4 turbines, which are on the left-hand side in the montaged view of Clachaig Glen, are in fact the 200-meter turbines. And I think if you look at the land behind them, you can see there is a degree of screening. The basal level of the turbines, and again, this is important in terms of understanding why we come to some of the conclusions that we do. The basal level of the turbines varies between 157 meters AOD and something close to 100, I think over 160 meters AOD above ordnance datum. That is.
So you said 157 and 160.
Let me just double check that, because I'm
seems to be much of a difference actually. 157.
No, let me call up the information I need for that. Yes, so the if we look at the lowest turbine basal level of the tower, it's 157 meters AOD, and the highest is at 276 meters AOD. So there's a considerable difference actually between the basal level of the turbines, the basal levels of the turbines, and they're distributed between those. There are something like, well, there are 5 which are below 200 meters above ordnance datum, and these are actually the tallest turbines, with one exception, which is T7, which is 233 meters above ordnance datum. This is important because the landform, which I pointed out a minute ago, to the west of the wind farm, is generally in the region of 240 up to 250. It drops locally in some places slightly below that to 230, perhaps 220. So you can probably appreciate that there is as I say, a high degree of screening from the intervening landform. And actually that applies to the landform in the east as well, where levels are 320 meters AOD up to about 350 meters AOD. And it also applies actually to the south as well, where the localized high point of Ben Brayac is about 426 meters AOD. So if we now turn to,
I'm just sorry to interrupt you there, Mr. Weir. I wonder actually, there is a figure 7.2 which shows the topography within the study area, which I think is in core document 1.044. I don't know if that sort of demonstrates the point you're making. In fact,
it may do. One of the issues is that because of the scale of the study area that we have to adopt to comply with NatureScot guidance, it isn't always possible on the mapping to determine levels of the landform with the degree of accuracy that I've just referred to.
Yeah.
And to deal with that point, there is a useful plan in, just bear with me, I will get the reference. It's the felling plan, which is, I think, figure 17.3. Which shows the landform in a lot more detail, and allows us
Sorry,
to.
Mr. Weir. Sorry,
Yes.
just to interrupt 1 second.
That's core document 168, I think, sir.
168. Okay, that's cool.
If my list's correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Weir. If you want to proceed, I also have an ordnance survey map as well. So, I mean, I'm quite aware of the topography of the area.
Okay, well, in that case, I think I'm content to not explore that any further. I think it is the case that when you look at some of the detail on the main landscape drawings, you may not be able to determine some of that level of detail which I've just referred to, but I think that felling plan in particular is a useful one. So moving on from that particular point, if we now look at viewpoint 8, which is a photo montage core document reference 009029.
I have that, Mr. Weir, so you can continue.
I'll just open. Again, if we scroll through to the photo montage, which is figure VP 8.4, it's the image before we get to the nighttime visualizations. The first thing to say about that is that the reduction in turbine numbers from 14 to 12 in comparison to the 2019 consented scheme simplifies the composition. It's not a major consideration or point, but it is the fact that we have gone from 14 turbines down to 12. That does aid in simplifying the overall composition. So, as I mentioned a minute ago, what we're looking at now is the view from the west, looking back towards what was viewpoint 19 from the east. And you can quite clearly see on the right-hand side of the image, for example, where I pointed out a minute ago that the 4 turbines on the right-hand side of that image are the 200-meter high turbines. So they're the tallest turbines within the scheme. And effectively, we're seeing those turbines where the majority of the tower is screened by the intervening landform. And that is explained by the figures I gave a minute ago in terms of understanding the basal level of the towers. And it provides a high degree of, the landform provides a high degree of screening. In terms of the other elements in that composition, and in particular in relation to NatureScot guidance on siting and designing of wind farms, The design and composition of this particular wind farm essentially has been undertaken in recognition of the fact that the majority of the significantly impacted views are from the west, and therefore it makes sense for composition to be developed in a way which reduces or mitigates potential effects from, for example, flashing of turbines or stacking. And the composition that we see on the screen now relates very well, I would say, in relation to the landform. The landform appears to dip very slightly towards the right-hand side, and the turbines imitate that. And they, at no point are any of those turbines seen in their full entirety of the tower, the hub, and the blades. So we say that actually, if you look at the simplicity of the landform, the fact that the turbines are clearly set within an upland part of the peninsula, LCT6, which is landscape character type 6, the upland forest moor mosaic, that this achieves both design objectives provided within the NatureScot guidance, but also touches upon some of the concerns that relate to LWEX, which are potential effects on the more sensitive and complex landscape character types, such as the rocky mosaic, which is you can see rising up from the coastal plain, and it rises partway up the hillside, and then the hill becomes more barren and more open as you progress to the uplands. So we say that the design complies to a great extent with the NatureScot guidance and avoids problems identified in LWEX in relation to LCT6. Final point is that the council has raised an issue in relation to scale comparators, referring to individual properties being visible and properties, and therefore I think properties in conjunction with forestry, indicating that the turbines appear to be out of scale with the landscape. I don't agree with that view at all. There is no proximity of property to the wind farm that allows us to form an opinion on the actual height of those turbines. And as I said, the tallest turbines on the right-hand side at 200 meters from this important viewpoint are the least visible in the sense of they're predominantly screened. So I think the final point is relating to the landform itself. Mr. Wimble's evidence is that the turbines are out of scale with the landform. But I think what this photo montage indicates is that they are in fact not out of scale with the landform. They're very much secondary to the scale of the landform. And I don't come to the same conclusion in relation to that to any extent at all. And I think this is the same situation as was the case in the 2019 inquiry. Could I just correct what I said a minute ago about figure 17.3, the wind farm felling plan? It's actually figure 17.6. It's CD 001069 is the one that I meant to refer to, and that does very usefully show the landform and contours. That was all I wanted to say about the design of the wind farm.
Right, that's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Weir. Now, you mentioned the use of the landform and the relationship of the turbines to the landform. Does that have any impact then upon the ZTV that we see?
Yeah, if we look at the ZTV, which is core document 001040, so this is figure 7.6, the blade tip zone of theoretical visibility, or ZTV. So that's core document CD 001040.
I have that document, Mr. Weir, if you want to continue.
Yeah, so if you look at that, the zone of theoretical visibility is shown in relation to the number of turbines visible. So you can see on the right-hand side in the key, in simple terms, the areas which are shaded between blue and yellow, that indicates where turbines are visible, and where there is no shading, then there is no theoretical visibility of any of the turbines. And what you can see, if you were to zoom in slightly around the site, is that, and you can by zoom in slightly, perhaps if we were to zoom in to within something like 10 kilometers, so gear is included, but some of the more distant areas aren't included. What you can see is that the visibility of all of the turbines is extremely localized, and we say, in terms of, for example, effects on LCT6, there would be significant effects and visibility up to something like 3 kilometers. And after that, it starts to fall away, and either you see many fewer turbines, or perhaps just this is blade tip visibility, you might just be seeing the blade tips. But the overriding point is that if you consider LCT6, which is most of the peninsula above the A83, just as it's above Campbelltown, up towards Tarbert, we could look at a plan that shows the LCTs. Essentially, that's a very localized effect within LCT6. And again, the ZTV allows us to understand that effects on those more sensitive landscapes, which are a particular concern for LWEX, are incredibly limited. You can't see, there is no shading or very limited shading of the potential visibility from within those particular landscape character areas or types. Again, this is very similar to 2019. None of this, of course, is by accident. RWE, or E.ON, as it was then, undertook a very extensive GIS-based analysis of, I think, the whole of the Kintyre Peninsula, certainly that part of it which is within the forestry land. And by doing that, identified what they considered to be, and I consider to be, the optimum site for a wind farm in terms of achieving objectives such as not impacting nationally designated landscapes, so national scenic areas or wildland areas, and indeed, as was proved at I think by the outcome of the 2019 inquiry, the area of panoramic quality, which is a local landscape designation as well. So the ZTV is very useful in understanding and perhaps getting over the point that I think obviously there is a perception that 200 meter high or 185 meter high turbines are particularly high, but that depends to the extent to which they become visible as a result of that. And the ZTV tells us that essentially there is quite limited visibility. So I think what this shows is that we're able to avoid significant effects on those sensitive areas, on nationally designated landscapes, and that is a fundamental design benefit of the scheme in its current location.
And is there any significant difference effectively between the areas where the turbines would be visible in 2019 in the 2019 scheme and the areas where they're visible in this scheme?
They're not hugely different, and in fact, the council in the ABC, the Argyll and Bute Council objection report, themselves note that there would be little difference in the horizontal extent of theoretical visibility between the consented scheme and the proposal. That's in core document 12, core document 012.010.
I'm not sure that's right. Actually, I think the report of handling is core document 1.168. I think that one, what you're referring to, might actually be the other report of handling, the one for the consented scheme.
All right. Okay. Apologise for that.
Don't worry.
So that is the case, that there isn't a substantial difference in any way, shape, or form between the actual visibility in terms of spatial extent. Clearly, and it's part of our evidence, the taller turbines are more prominent than the consented scheme, but that doesn't actually translate into a hugely different zone of theoretical visibility.
Right. Unless there's anything else you want to add on landscape character, I think I'd just like you possibly to address the issue that's been raised about the impact on the sound of gear and seascape character.
Certainly. So the first thing to say about the seascape character is that we have adopted the 2005 character unit, which is a regional seascape assessment. And it is correct to say that was produced in relation to offshore wind farms. So this is a NatureScot document that was produced in recognition of the potential for offshore wind farms. And obviously, I'm aware that it's part of the council's case that isn't applicable in relation to an onshore wind farm. But I think the difference and the point that we would make is that we have adopted an area which is the same, but we've assessed it specifically into this in relation to sensitivity and susceptibility of the onshore wind farm. So in a sense, we've taken it and we've repurposed it, and I think that's perfectly reasonable approach to adopt, and it overcomes the issue that the NatureScot 2005 guidance was related to offshore wind. We've taken it, we've looked at it, and repurposed it in relation to onshore. And in terms of the scale of it, I would say this is a very similar situation to looking at, for example, LCT 6, a land-based landscape character type assessment, which is very extensive in itself, and we impact only a very localized part of that. So there was no need on land to subdivide the published LCT areas to a finer degree of subtlety or refinement. And I would argue that is the same in relation to the seascape. And in terms of the actual effects on the seascape, if we move off the approach or methodology that's been taken, the guidance that the council has suggested is more appropriate, which is CD 012.018. I'm not suggesting we look at that, but that if we did look at it, it relates to specific coastal and marine development proposals, brackets, such as aquaculture and marine renewables. So to the extent that we could be criticised for adopting an assessment which is in relation to offshore wind, I think the same could be said in relation to the council's suggestion that the coastal and marine development assessment is more applicable. In terms of the actual effects on the seascape, then, so the seascape unit is SCU 24. We say that they would be very localised, and crucially, and the council's witnesses has acknowledged this, they're indirect. So what that means is that they're not occurring within the seascape unit. There is no direct addition or loss to the seascape. So the turbines aren't in the sea. We don't take anything away from that character unit. And therefore, to the extent that Clachaig Glen wind farm would influence it, it is overwhelmingly a visual effect and a perceptual one. So it's a perceptual change as a result of visibility. And I think there is a danger here of double counting. If we consider viewpoints 8, 9, 10, and 15, so these are all the viewpoints which are on or immediately adjacent to the sea, and for the time being, putting 11 and 12 to one side, these are the viewpoints where we're looking eastwards towards the development. We accept that these are significant effects on visual amenity from those locations. What I don't accept is that that then translates into a significant effect on seascape character. And for example, it is still possible to experience the seascape unaltered. For example, if we're looking from the coast of Kintyre out towards Gia, you would be fully able to appreciate the seascape without any adverse impact from the turbines at Clachaig Glen. So I think this is really perhaps a conflation of landscape and visual, in which visual is the key aspect to be considered rather than the character of seascape. And finally, I think in terms of understanding why, and just reinforcing that, it was the reporters in the 2019 appeal decision echoed this in terms of there being a clear sense of separation between the seascape and Gia, and as a result of the turbines being clearly in an upland landscape, and there's a degree of separation between the two. And at core document 006002, paragraph 3174, they say there is clear separation between the designated coastal area and the higher ground behind which the turbine, I think it should be in which the turbines are seen. So to the extent that there are effects on in and around the sea, my evidence is they are overwhelmingly visual. And we conclude on the seascape unit as a whole, the effect is of minor significance for the reasons I've outlined.
Well, thank you, Mr. Weir. That might be a appropriate point then, just to ask you to draw your conclusions on the impact upon visual immunity which arises from this proposal.
So, as I alluded to a minute ago, we accept that there are localised, and in the case of viewpoint 13, for example, major significant effects on visual immunity, particularly in relation to viewpoint 13, which is the viewpoint from the Kintyre Way to the north of the development site. And this is shown by a photo montage from that location, which is core document 009034, which I think we're probably familiar with. I don't want to refer to that specifically at this point. What I would say is that this affects a very localized section of the Kintyre Way. And it may be that if you still have the visualization, or the ZTV on the screen rather, you would struggle to see where the Kintyre Way is, perhaps. But it's perhaps better illustrated by CD 001.047, which we could call up, which is the principal routes plan. And if we could do that, I'll just explain briefly why I come to the conclusion that effects on the Kintyre Way are very localized. So that's CD.
Sorry, Mr. Weir. Thank
Sorry.
you. If you give this.
Yeah, it's CD 001.047. And it's figure 7.10a, principal routes, it's called.
Okay, I'm content for you to continue, Mr. Weir, if other parties have that.
Okay, so again, the scale is such that there is a certain.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Weir.
Yes.
I'm just wondering, is 7B actually better? Because I think 7B is a bit more concentrated in on Kintyre.
May well be. Let's look at
it's a slightly more detailed one. If that helps.
Indeed, thank you, Mr. Fraser. Okay, yeah, that is better. I was just about to make the point about the scale of the mapping again, but actually this does show at a reasonable scale the point I was going to make. Incidentally, if you were to compare this plan, if you were looking for some further details, if you went back to the felling plan that I referred to a minute ago, so CD 001.069, that also shows in a lot more detail the effect of landform, and it places the entire way in proximity to the wind farm. But essentially, Kintyre Way rises up from to the south of Tay and Lone, rises up on the forest track, and at that point, certainly to begin with, as you can probably see from the ZTV on this plan, there is very limited visibility, or visibility of perhaps the tips of just a few turbines. The theoretical visibility then increases, but I would say that it is theoretical at that point because there is fairly extensive forestry that comes into play. And the point at which it becomes obvious that the turbines are visible from the Kintyre Way is really where the red line, where the orange squares meet the red line of the access road. And at that point, we're traveling east-west or west-east, and that is effectively in that area, the location of viewpoint 13. It is impacting, we say, about a maximum of a kilometre, 1.5 kilometres to 2 kilometres of the route. It is slightly oblique to the view, and once you turn, if you're coming from the west and you turn southwards, you can see that the route enters a valley, and also it's not shown on this plan, but it is on the forestry plan. You enter the forestry again, and then you're falling down the slope towards Carradale, and as you can see from the ZTV, there's no or very limited visibility. You're also at that point passing through Dukeran Hill wind farm, which is, you could see the turbines perhaps to the right hand side of Kintyre Way. The text on the plan, there's a there's a graphic that shows there's a wind farm there. That's Duker and Hill. So it's affecting, as we say, perhaps 1.5 to 2 kilometres of the Kintyre Way, slightly oblique to the view, but I accept that if you pause and look to the south, as we have done for viewpoint 13, to the southwest, then clearly there's a significant effect on that. In terms of other viewpoint locations, we accept there are localized moderate significant effects on and around GIA, as I mentioned earlier. So viewpoint 8, for example, viewpoint 9, which is from South Pier on GIA, viewpoint 10 from the Sound of GIA, and viewpoint 15 from the Sound of GIA, viewpoint 10 being from the ferry, and viewpoint 15 representing recreational watercraft. And that is the same as in 2019. We had significant effects on those locations. And it is the case that the turbines are more prominent than in comparison with the 2019 scheme. But we say that that doesn't increase the overall significance of effect. Where we differ from the council in relation to viewpoint significance is that the council considered that viewpoint 11 and viewpoint 12, so viewpoint 11 is, do my best to pronounce this, Runa Harin Point, or Point Sands Caravan Park, CD 009.32. I don't want us to call up that document at this point. And then viewpoint 12, Tay and Lone Ferry Terminal, which is CD 009.33, which I think it would be useful to take a look at. So that's CD 009.033, and that's viewpoint 12. As before, if we scroll through to viewpoint 12.4,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Weir.
okay. So this is actually a 2019 photograph, or a photograph that was taken to inform the 2019 application, which we've repurposed for for the current application. And you can see that predominantly it's the car park at the ferry at Tay and Lone. We're looking back towards the wind farm. And of course, at that point, the viewer is presumably there to take the ferry, and the focus of interest may well be on looking westwards towards Jura, towards Gia, towards the journey they're about to take. And if they've come the other way and they've arrived at the car park, they've left Gia and they're looking to presumably either drive straight off the ferry or get into their vehicle if they come as foot passengers and make their onward journey, which is a little bit of background. But my main point is, if you look at the composition of that image, the degree to which the Clachaig Glen turbines result in a change in the view and in terms of landscape and visual impact assessment in GLVIA 3, I'm thinking primarily about the size and scale of the change in the view as a result of the addition of the turbines. It is at the very lowest scale of change. And by what I mean by that is the majority of the view simply isn't impacted. Yes, the turbines are visible. You can see that quite clearly, both above the rising landform where there are some blade tips apparent, but also at the point at which the two landforms meet, and then clearly there is visibility of a hub and blades in that location. But to use terminology which is often used and we echo in our methodology, where a change in the view is one which is dominant. For example, we might say that viewpoint 13 is a dominant change in the view because of the scale and extent of change. And then often practitioners in LVIA will refer to the next level down as being prominent. I don't think these turbines are prominent within that view. As I say, the majority of the view is unimpacted. And so we go to the next level down, really, in my opinion, which is they are noticeable. They're more than perceptible, which is perhaps the lowest category that people generally consider. They're more than perceptible, but they, in my opinion, they're not any more than noticeable. And I accept Mr. Wimble's point that there is movement involved here, and that does tend to draw the eye, and that would be the case for the blades, which are appearing above the landform. But in my opinion, and this applies equally to viewpoint 11, this does not, and I use this phrase in my evidence, this does not come close to being a significant effect on visual amenity. And you could argue as well that the geographical extent, which is another element that influences the magnitude of effect, the geographical extent from which this would be experienced, as indicated in part by the ZTV, I'm talking about on land here, not on the sea, is actually very limited as well. So as you move back towards Tay and Lone village, the centre of the village, you would inevitably see less, not more, of the turbines as the intervening landform and forestry provides a greater degree of screening. So those two things, the geographical extent and the size and scale of change in the view, in my view, are key. This isn't a significant effect on visual amenity. We say it's a minor, it's an effect of minor significance. So I think that's a useful point of calibration in terms of the way in which we have, I think, firstly been consistent between evidence in 2019, but also in terms of our calibration between ourselves and the council in relation to what we consider to be a significant effect and the council considers to be a significant effect. I've got nothing further to say on those viewpoints.
Thank you. I just want to interject slightly there, Mr. Fraser. I feel normally examination in chief is clarification of some points. I feel like there's a lot of evidence being given to me, and I'm also wary of time. So if I can take a lot of this as read, a lot of this is the inquiry report and recognition. So if we can move swiftly through so we can get on with the cross-examination, that would be appreciated.
By all means, can I just check then, Mr. Where I think you've covered actually the landscape and the visual impacts. I'm not sure that there's an awful lot more that we need to address, apart possibly from, is there anything you want to clarify with respect to lighting?
Yeah, I thank you, sir. I'll deal with lighting very briefly. Our position on lighting is that it does locally extend daytime effects, which are significant. And this relates essentially to the significantly impacted viewpoints that I've mentioned, viewpoint 8, viewpoint 9, and 10 and 15. What I would say is that understanding of the lighting is perhaps complex, and I think the council have acknowledged that themselves. But there are some useful things which I would suggest are relevant. So looking at the CED core document 001081, which is the Appendix 16.1 aviation lighting. I'm not suggesting we open it, particularly in terms of time constraints. At paragraph 29, that document states that 4% of the time, the 2000 candela lighting would be visible. So 4% of the time it would be at the brightest, and for 96% of the time it would be at 200 candela. And actual levels beyond that might be less due to distance and angle of view. So it is the case that GIA is about 8 kilometers from the lit turbines, and that the lights would only be at their brightest when visibility is less than 5 kilometers. Just a point of clarification in relation to that. The 5 kilometers is in all directions, 360 degrees, because clearly planes could approach the turbines from any direction. So in our assessment, we assume a worst case, which is that there is in the quadrants which aren't to the west, so from the north, the east and the south, if visibility became less than 5 kilometers through a rainstorm or a cloud or some other effect like that weather effect, then it would theoretically be possible that you'd have the lights at their brightest setting, and yet there would be relatively clear visibility from GIA. So we've assessed that as the worst case. How often that would happen, bearing in mind that we know that 4% is the predicted maximum brightness, how often it would happen that you had that slightly strange situation, I'm not able to say, but it's clearly less than the 4%. So I think in terms of lighting, it has to be put into context. So we know from core document 001-081 that when they're operating, when the lights are at 200 candela, that would be equivalent to they converted into microlumens, 0.6 microlumens. Let's put that into context. In table 5, on page 21 of that document, they say that a bright star is 0.5 to 2 microlumens. So again, it's 0.6 is only just appearing at the lowest end of a bright star, and the faintest light visible from a street light is 0.4 microlumens. So we conclude that at the lower end of 200 candela, the effect would be of minor significance on visual amenity.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. Now, I think that may have covered everything you wanted to raise. Is that right?
I think it does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser, Mr. Weir. Mr. O'Carroll, I'm going to hand over to yourself now for cross-examination, and I'm wary of taking breaks. So if you can find a natural pause this morning where we can take a break, that would be appreciated. I'll pass over to yourself.
Thank you very much, sir. I will do that. Mr. Weir, you've already confirmed in your evidence in chief that you were involved in the original 2019 inquiry, and then, as indeed was I, and we talked then. And my recollection from that inquiry was that you were not involved in the original 2016 LVIA that was produced. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you supported its contents, obviously, and you wrote your inquiry report at that particular inquiry on the basis of it.
I did, but with one exception, which was a slight modification to the significance level in relation to one of the viewpoints.
Thank you. And we can see from paragraph 1.41 of your inquiry report that the company you're a consultant with, AECOM, had been responsible for managing the current LVIA, which was finalised in 2022, with the additional environmental information being produced in August of 2023. Is that all correct?
Yes, it is.
And so it's fair to say then you've got a close familiarity with both schemes, the earlier consented one and this one.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to, what I'm going to do in my cross is I will be dotting around a little bit in terms of what you've mentioned in your inquiry report. At certain points, I need to refer to your recognition as I go through that. But what I'm going to be doing is going through various subject headings. And at the moment, then the first heading, as you'd expect, is going to be in relation to methodology.
Yes.
And so just to start then, to give the context of what I'm considering with relation to that, I'm going all the way to paragraph 7.1.3 of your inquiry report. All at the very end, your conclusion at the end. And obviously make a number of conclusions, but I'm going to take you to the part that's relevant to my question. Can you hear me all right though, Mr. Weir? Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can. Yep, now I can hear you. So 7.1.3.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you say there that when looked at objectively within the context of large-scale landform in conjunction with the content of the LVIA, I conclude that although the height of the turbines is increased, it does not materially change the conclusions that are related to the 2019 consented development. And indeed, you've really said as much again in your evidence in chief a moment ago. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at further to that, 7.17, you say that your opinion is that the current scheme delivers no greater significance of effect for most viewpoint locations, excepting viewpoint 13 on the Kintyre Way, than the 2019 consented development. And that includes the extra words that you were careful to correct elsewhere in your inquiry report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So really, what it comes down to is this, that your position is that even although turbines are larger under the proposed scheme, being 7 of them at 185 and 5 at 200 meters, that the landscape and visual impact is no worse than the consented scheme, which had 13 turbines that were 126.5 meters and 1 at 115.5. Is that correct?
Not entirely. The conclusion is that the significance of effect remains moderate and doesn't cross into major. We clearly accept, as I've said, that the turbines are more prominent. That's clear from the visualizations and from the wire lines, etc. But that doesn't then automatically take us out of one category of significance into another. And I suppose to simplify that, in my view, the significance of effect in 2019, which we said was moderate in relation to the main viewpoints from the west, this is in terms of visual amenity, may well have been at the lower end of moderate, and now we're approaching something towards the higher end of moderate, or at least we've gone from the midpoint being lower than the midpoint to my opinion being above the midpoint. So we accept that there is a change in prominence, there is a change in magnitude of effect, but not one which pushes it into a different significance category.
Right. Thank you. Your differentiation there is interesting, and I'll be coming back to that very, very shortly. But just then to put things, I suppose, in general terms then, before I move on, is that you're essentially saying that the magnitude of impact is of a similar order to what it was in 2019, and therefore, just as consent was granted in 2019, it should be granted now.
Yes.
Yes. So let's have a look then at the approach you took with regard to those two, particularly bearing in mind your last answer before that one. If you go to production 1229, please. core document 1229. Now that's the original 2016 LVIA.
Yes. I've got that open.
Thank you. Now, what I'd like to do is go to paragraph 7.2.28. That is to be found at page 4 of 134 electronically.
Yes, I've got that.
Underneath that, going on to the next page, which is 7.4, table 7.3,
Yes.
we'll see there that we have landscape sensitivity criteria,
Yes.
which are stated down on the left-hand column as being high, medium, medium,
Yeah.
low, and low.
Yes.
And so that's sensitivity, and then what we can then apply to sensitivity for magnitude what we apply to sensitivity for impact is we apply then the magnitude of change criteria, and we can see then at 7.2.30 on that same page, table's been split up. It starts at 7.230 and continues up there, and we can see that in terms of magnitude criteria, we have the categories of very high, high, medium, low, and very low. Do you see that?
Yes.
So we had 5 categories for sensitivity and 5 categories for magnitude. Yeah.
Yes.
And similar, that's for landscape impact. And similarly, if we do the same exercise then in the original LVIA for visual impacts, if you could just scroll down page there.
Yes.
Then go to table 7.7, and we've got a similar gradation of assessment categories there, where we have 7.7 high, medium, low, and low. You see that?
Yes. Yes.
Just as before for landscape, and for 7.8, similarly, 7.8 magnitude, the same, very high, not the very same, but as above for landscape, very high, medium, low, and very low. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So that we can see that both for visual and landscape categories that are there, we then have, bearing in mind that one will inform the other in terms of effect, we have 25 possible permutations.
I will accept your mathematics.
Well,
but,
5 times 5 is 25.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So we then go on to table 7.9, which is the categories of landscape and visual significance of effect. Now, this is then what it all comes down to when we're applying the sensitivity with the magnitude of change, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
So what we have there is 7 different categories of major, moderate, minor, negligible, and no effect. 7 categories. Okay?
Yes.
Now, bearing that in mind, and bearing in mind certainly your earlier answer with regard to you saying that the current change is within a different band, or rather a different point within the band you've used, can we then go to core document 175, which is the current EIA used for the scheme before this inquiry now?
Yes.
And that is a document of 151 pages. And if you go to page 11 of that,
Yes.
do you have that?
I do. Yes.
So we've got here tables 1 to 9 in particular that use it, that is doing the equivalent exercise. And the ones I'd like to ask you to look at are then doing the same comparative exercise. If we look at table 3.
Table 3, yes.
You can see there that we have now 3 criteria instead of 5, and that's high, medium, low.
Yes.
And that we also then have for magnitude, which is then found at electronic page 12. We then now have 4 magnitude criteria, which are high, medium, low, and very low.
Yes.
So 4 times 3 is 12, unlike 25 that we had before. Okay?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
And then again, then carrying out the same exercises we did before, we then go to table 7. We then have the visual sensitivity criteria. We then have, again, high, medium, and low. And table 8 for visual magnitude of criteria, again, high, medium, low, and very low.
Yes.
Which then leads us, as before, where we took we put the 2 elements together and to assess categories of visual significant landscape and visual significance of effects. We then now have 5 in number as opposed to 7. We now have major, moderate, minor, negligible, and no effect. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And incidentally, in passing, we then have, which chimes with your earlier evidence, we have in passing, I note at the first paragraph just above heading 10, where it states that landscape or visual effects of moderate or greater are considered to be significant for the purposes of the 2017 regulations. So that's what we mean when we're talking about that category, aren't we?
Yes, that's correct.
That's right. Now, so thank you for going through that exercise with me. So that what we now have then, when we compare the 2 LVIAs from 2016 and the current one, we no longer have split thresholds for sensitivity and magnitude as we had before, do we?
Yes, that's correct.
And when I mean split thresholds, I mean major, moderate, and so on. And we no longer have the split thresholds for the level of effect in the current LVIA, but which existed in 2016 on that analysis. Yeah. So whereas before there were 25 options for choice, there are now 12.
Correct.
Agreed. Now, coming to the point, what I'm getting to then is that what I'd suggest to you, Mr. Weir, is that the split thresholds allowed a more refined assessment of sensitivity and magnitude, and therefore the level of effect in 2016 that you have now applied in 2022 and 2023. Or put it another way, whereas before in 2016 there was a finer gradation of sensitivity, magnitude, and level of effect, a finer gradation then, but now the current approach adopted is somewhat coarser.
I don't think that that's actually, it may be factually correct, and we've clearly changed our methodology in between 2019 and 2023. But to deal with points around, for example, magnitude, where we have 3 categories. So looking at table 6, for example, visual susceptibility criteria, and this applies to other tables where I think you made the same point, Mr. O'Carroll. We have high, medium, and low. And if I understand your point correctly, that's not as refined as a 5-point scale. What I would say is that if we added very low and very high, then that would only be of relevance if we had anything which fell into either of those 2 categories. And as someone that reviews tremendous number of landscape and visual impact assessments. If I had felt that the usage of the categories didn't adequately cover the anticipated range of effects, whether it be magnitude, sensitivity, or significance, then I would have asked for that to be adjusted, so that we recognise that very low, very high was an applicable category. That isn't the case here. And an additional point, which is the suggestion that categories such as medium low or moderate major or major moderate is somehow more useful is not actually consistent with the guidelines for landscape and visual impact assessment. And within those guidelines, I think it might be, I'm trying to remember this off the top of my head, paragraph 5.2.2, it suggests that a simple verbal scale is used for all of these considerations of magnitude and susceptibility and sensitivity, etc. And in brackets it says low, medium, and high. I think I put this in my recognition. So the first point is, as I say, it would only be of relevance to have more categories if we felt we fell into those categories, which we don't. The second point is there's nothing in the guidance to suggest that one approach is better than the other. The third point is that, in my experience, and this may just be me, I struggle with the concept of moderate major. And if I was reviewing a landscape and visual impact assessment, I would be saying, well, what is it? Is it moderate or is it major? I don't think it's helpful to have those split categories. And we talked about this in between preparation of the 2019 evidence or the landscape and visual impact assessment, which we then reconsidered for the 2020, for the current application, and came to the conclusion that actually the split categories, A, weren't necessary for the reasons I've outlined. We didn't have a need for them. And B, if someone said to me, yes, it's major, moderate, I would say, well, is it major or is it moderate? I don't find it very useful to adopt that particular practice. And I think if you were to look at, I know Mr. Wimble has a different opinion on this, but I think if you look at many practitioners of LVIA currently, I wouldn't say that the majority adopt split categories. And in my experience, working on other projects, including very large, high-profile infrastructure schemes, we were discouraged from using that sort of split category for the reasons I've outlined.
Mr. Weir, the position is that where you have the split categories, and what you have done is where you have the split categories, for example, medium high or medium low, what you have done is to adopt the part within the what would have been within a split category to the one that produces the least effect in your assessment of the visual of the effects. What I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Weir, is that as a consequence of your approach compared to the approach taken in 2016, it allows the impacts of certain viewpoints as being stated as being lower in 2023 than might otherwise have been the case if you'd adopted the split categories approach that was adopted in 2016.
I'm not aware of any location where we've said there is a lower impact of visual impact compared between the two.
Well, the reason why I flagged an earlier answer of yours is because you seem to be accepting that when you corrected me in my summation of your position before, you said that it was at the lower end of moderate and now at the higher end of moderate, or to the midpoint in the current situation. So even in that answer, which before you obviously knew I was going to get to this particular point, you yourself are accepting that there are different grades within the three blunt categories that you've now adopted, which could otherwise have been indicating a higher degree of sensitivity or magnitude, resulting therefore in a greater significance of effect. So you seem to be accepting that yourself.
Well, no, what I'm accepting is that it's entirely consistent that if you apply the guidelines for landscape and visual impact assessment, that the nature of the effect is described in detail, and that in undertaking that process, that written description leads the reader to understand how we've reached a conclusion, and that isn't, and that's a standard approach. That's the approach that's recommended. And I think if you read the text, we do acknowledge that there are prominent views of the turbines and that these are significant effects. And
Yes.
I was going to say that you pointed out to me the issue around whether a moderate effect is significant or not. We say in our 2019 and I think also in our 2021 landscape and visual impact assessment, we acknowledge that if an effect is moderate, that's significant. I would point out that that isn't always the case with a lot of LVIA practitioners and on other schemes where moderate effects may be described as non-significant if that is then explained in the text. So explanation in the text is fundamental here, and the outcome of putting something into a box is less fundamental. And I am happy to acknowledge that there is a greater visibility and we're towards the higher end of where we were before.
Right. So it's all down to explanation in the text, in your view. And if we can go quickly to your precognition, which is CD 1016, paragraphs 4, small 4 and small 5. Just picking up on what you said. Now, on one hand, you said about current practitioners. Well, I'm speaking to a current practitioner, and I don't think it is universally the case that this is the new approach that's been taken.
I didn't suggest it was universal. I suggested that I think if you looked at the majority of practitioners, okay, I wouldn't say that there's a clear preference for one or the other.
Well, we might hear other evidence about that. Now, if you go then to page 5 of your precognition at small 4, and you say the approach of using split categories has, in my experience, been discontinued by many practitioners as it lacks clarity. Now, Mr. Weir, this is something that's really quite hard to understand, because surely if you have split categories, which produces a finer gradation in terms of the description of sensitivity and also magnitude of effect, and also, therefore, the significance of effect, surely it does the opposite. It increases clarity because you have a finer grain when you're assessing all of these matters.
As I say, it may be that I'm different to other practitioners. I don't think so, but I find low, medium, or low or high medium somewhat confusing and not at all helpful. And as I say, if the basic criticism is that we only have 3 categories of magnitude or sensitivity, high, medium, low, as I say, that would only be relevant if having more categories actually meant that we use them, and quite simply we wouldn't be using the very low or the very high And if we were to use the very low, the outcomes are the same as low anyway. So the difference, if there is one, is surely between high and very high. And that would only, in my opinion, apply potentially to one viewpoint, which would be viewpoint 13, where we've already suggested there's a major impact, which is the highest level we have at our disposal, a major significance.
Well, in relation to viewpoint 13, you really had very little choice, because it's just the sheer scale of the impact of that particular location at the viewpoint, which is close up. But the consequence of the approach that you've taken, Mr. Weir, is that you have allowed the impacts of the viewpoints that are most sensitive to be stated as being lower in 2023 than might otherwise have been the case if they had been assessed using the same methodology that was applied in 2016. That's correct, isn't it?
I don't know that it is. Irrespective of the wording, I would suggest that whilst we're in agreement that at viewpoint 13, that's the highest level of significance, I don't think, no matter which methodology we were to compare one against the other, that, for example, viewpoint 8 crosses into the most significant category, or even, well, I don't think you're suggesting there's an intermediate category between mine and the most significant. I don't think that would be applicable in this case either, to be honest.
Well, if I could put it just again, yet another way, Mr. Weir, is it therefore the case then that is it perhaps just mere coincidence then, in your view, that the reduced graduation of sensitivity, magnitude, and effects now employed by you since 2016 has had the result of leading you to the conclusion that the landscape and visual effects of the new scheme are unchanged from the consented one? But you're saying that's just simply the difference in approach is of no moment, no consequence, whereas we have greatly increased turbine heights. We have a different gradation used in 2016 in terms of assessment of effects, and those two matters together nonetheless lead you to the conclusion that the effects are no worse than was previously consented. That's your position, is it?
That is my position, and I think it's the evidence for that is that if there is a fixation on the turbine heights, that has to be put into context of actual views experienced, as demonstrated by the photomontages. So, for example, I pointed out very clearly at the beginning of my evidence in chief that the 4 tallest turbines of 200 meters from all of the key viewpoints to the west are the least visible. And so the idea that height inevitably results in a significant effect isn't correct. It has to be looked at in the context. And the inquiry report from 2019 summarizes that, and I think I quote it in my precognition, in the sense that they say it's perhaps a slightly different point, but they say that it isn't whether turbines are larger than other turbines in the view, it's whether the context can accommodate them. And that's my fundamental point. I think if you look at viewpoint 8, the one I pointed out recently, and you look at the 4 tallest turbines on the right-hand side, they are barely visible within the view, or they're substantially screened. We could describe it in different ways, obviously, by the intervening landform. So the correlation between turbine height and significance of effect or magnitude is not a real one. In a theoretical sense, it is best demonstrated by referring to the visualization materials. And that's my point, and that's why we don't get into a change of significance category, albeit I'm happy to accept that there is greater significance within the same category.
I see. Well, we can explore that later because we're going to come on to LWEX, which actually is specifically by reference to height of turbines. But I'm going to pause there, I think. I'm still haven't quite finished this methodology topic, but I'm going to pause there at this particular point, sir. And I think if you now wish to, there'd be a convenient point to break now, if that would be all right.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. O'Carroll, Mr. Weir. We'll take a 15-minute break, so we come back at 11:20. That'd be much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Welcome back, everyone. I'll just check that Mr. Fraser's on the line. He is. That's great. So we'll continue now. Mr. Carroll, if you could find a natural break for lunch, that would be much appreciated. And if you want to continue with your methodology questioning, thank you.
Thank you very much. I will do that. Now, before we broke, Mr. Weir, I was referring to your recognition, and at paragraph small 5, at page 5 of your recognition, in response to points made by the council, you state there what you've now said twice over in chief and in questions to me, that it's incorrect that the LVIA, as currently adopted, downplays effects in combining categories. You say the opposite's true. And you do that by reference to table 7.6. Now, just to orientate ourselves, table 7.6 is to be found at the current LVIA at core document 130, at page 50 of 66. If you could go to that, please.
So this, sorry, could you repeat the core document reference, please?
130, 1.030. It's referred to in your recognition. Table 7.6 at page 50 of 66 electronically.
And is this core document 001, did you say?
001.030.
All right, okay. I will endeavour to find that. I want to download that into my folder. I'll just get it from another folder. Yes, I have that now. And the page reference?
Electronically, it's 50 of 66.
Yes, I've got that.
So you talk there about combining the judgments. So we can see from table 7.6, that's what you've done on the face of it. You've got sensitivity in the second column, magnitude of effect, and then significance effect in the right-hand column.
Yes.
In relation to those viewpoints, 13, 8, 9, 10, and 15, and 16.
Yes. Yes.
Now, if we then look at core document 0.1025, EIAR, volume 2A, chapter 2, approach to EIA. So that's 125.
125. Yes.
Now, if you go to page 13 of 19 in that document, to table 2.6,
Yes.
approach to assessment of effects. Do you have that?
Page 13.
It's up one. It's page
Yes,
12
yeah,
electronically.
it's page 12. Yeah, I've got that. Yes. Yeah.
Table 2.6.
Yes.
Look at table 2.6. We can see immediately that it's not the same as table 7.6 that we just looked at, is it? Because we have, on the sensitivity gradations, we have another category of very high. Right?
Yes, I can. Let me just swap between the two. Yes, we do. Yes.
Yeah. I'd venture to suggest that in terms of viewpoint 13, that would fall into that category of very high sensitivity, for example.
Very high sensitivity? I don't think so, not necessarily. You're not in a designated landscape at that point, but it is a long distance. It is a long distance footpath, and obviously enjoyment of views is paramount in that respect. But we're not in a national park or a designated landscape. So I don't think that the automatic assumption that viewpoint 13 would be very high sensitivity is correct.
Well, in any event, then, when you're saying in your recognition that table 7.6 supports your position with regard to downplaying of effects, in relation to 7.6, we can see that the methodology that is approached, that is used in terms of the application document 125, we can see that you're not comparing like with like, because the two tables are different.
7.6 is our
I know what it is, but it's different in its terms to 2.6.
That's because we don't have a very high sensitivity or a very high magnitude of effect. That's not because we don't. It's because we don't experience that. We don't need that category. As I say, there's a difference there. But the fundamental point, in my opinion, is that, and the reason I mentioned this in my evidence was that if you look at combining a high sensitivity receptor with a high or medium magnitude of effect, table 2.6 is the methodology to achieve that that is applied throughout the EIA, and the landscape chapter draws upon that to guide us as to how we're combining one with the other, and we do that in accordance with that table.
Yeah, the point's a simple one, though, just before I get on to the actual question I want to ask, is that table 2.6 is not the same as table 7.6, which you refer to in your precognition.
They're not meant to be the same. They're achieving different things. Table 7.6 is a representation of our outcomes and findings of the assessment, summarized to aid the inquiry, so that we can see, for whichever viewpoint it is, what we had in terms of sensitivity and what we had in terms of magnitude, and how, using table 2.6, those two things combine and are consistent with that methodology. You're right. If we don't have a very high category. I think, as you just pointed out, we don't have a very low. And my answer to that is that would only be of relevance if we had elements, sensitivity or magnitude, which fell into either of those two brackets.
Yeah.
And we don't.
So we can then just take it as a subsumption that you've disregarded the very high category because you don't feel it to be relevant.
In effect, yes.
Thank you. So to that extent, the methodology set out in production 125 does not find itself replicated in production 130 that we've just looked at.
Only in the sense that we don't have a very high sensitivity.
That was all it was. That's all I wanted to get to. Thank you. Now, now just to then try and demonstrate this change of approach in action, I would like to take viewpoint 11 as an example. And you made comment on viewpoint 11, so I want to take that as an example as to how things might be different if a different methodology was applied.
Yes.
So if we go firstly to appendices 7.1 to 7.5, and that is to be found at core production, core document 175. 1.075, which is volume 3 of the EIAR, and this is 7.1 to 7.5. How's that document?
It's just, I think it's just opened. Let me just go to the front, just double check it. So yes, I do. 7.1 to 7.5. And just remind me the page or the paragraph number, please.
Yeah, I'm just getting to that. I just wanted to make sure you got the right document.
Yeah, I've got.
Okay. Now, viewpoint 11, we can see that then being described in terms of sensitivity, magnitude of change there. So we'll then go to page 99 of 151.
Yes.
And there we have a discussion of viewpoint 11.
Yes.
Okay. So we can see then by looking at that, that the sensitivity at that particular point, and below the heading of baseline description, underneath that we have visual sensitivity is described as high. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Then if we then scroll down and then we look at magnitude of effect, we ignore magnitude of effect in operation. Magnitude of effect in operation. Magnitude in operation is low. You see that?
Yes.
And then we have significance of effect is minor.
Yes.
So high, low equals minor.
Yes.
Now, if we then go back to table 2.6 at production 125,
Yes.
we can see that high sensitivity with a low significance of low magnitude of change. You can see in that matrix, the 2.6, that then gives us a moderate effect according to that table.
Yes, I can see that.
Whereas excuse me, just a minute. Whereas what you have done is, despite what then has been your stated terminology, its stated methodology and approach as it's described, approach to EIA, viewpoint 11 is described as having a significance effect which is minor in terms of the appendix we looked at, whereas looking at table 2.6, combining the sensitivity with the magnitude of change ought to have given an effect of moderate and not minor. Is that correct?
If we were applying the table 2.6 to the letter, then that is correct. What I would say is that under GLVIA 3, obviously the application of matrices became less favoured than under the previous guidelines, GLVIA 2, and the emphasis became on a description of the nature of the effect. Irrespective of all of that, and I take your point, if we were to slavishly follow 2.6, it would be a moderate effect. However, if we were to look at the visualization and consider this in relation to this description in the text, then in my view, that would be an incorrect outcome. And I think the correct outcome is that this is a minor, not significant effect. So in any event, probably the bit that's missing is that to the extent that we want, that we could be accused of not applying table 2.6, then I would have suggested that we should have caveated that and said, okay, look, table 2.6, this comes out as a moderate effect. But I think it's more than obvious when you look at the visualization that could not be described as anything other than a minor change to visual amenity at viewpoint 11. And that would be the correct outcome. And yes, it may be that there should have been some description around that, and there isn't. So that's fault or oversight in terms of that particular point. But I think there's more than enough explanatory information provided in conjunction with the visualization to explain why we come to that particular view. And that, after all, is the basis of the methodology. It's not about, as I say, following 2 and 2 equals 4, and it can never equal anything else. This is subjective.
Sorry, Mr. Weir, I'm just going to come in here. Unusual for me to ask a question during cross, but I just need clarification here. When you look at core document 1.25, where the table 2.6 is,
yes,
down at paragraph 2.5.11, it appears to say some technical chapters have stipulated specific assessment criteria which differs from the general approach described above. And have you done that, or in you saying that there was a fault or oversight in your answer there? Are you saying that you failed to do that within the EIAR?
I think what we've done is properly apply the guidelines for landscape and visual impact assessment in terms of explaining the nature of the change in the view, and then coming to a conclusion. And yes, that conclusion may differ from table 2.6, but I think it's supported by the evidence that is provided within the text. And quite frankly, if we looked at viewpoint 11 visualization, that, in my opinion, and this may be the major point of difference between ourselves and the council in terms of viewpoint 11 and 12, I feel that the correct outcome there would be that because of the scale and extent of change in the view, that is not a significant effect on visual amenity, either at viewpoint 11 or viewpoint 12, irrespective of table 2.6.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Weir. I think it's just a simple question for me just to ask that it's not caveated somewhere in the report. That's the environmental impact assessment report.
No, it isn't.
That you've taken that approach.
It may be that we have to I'm not aware of it, if I can describe it that way. There's a lot of information in the technical appendices that it may be caveated somewhere. I'm not aware of it at this point, so I would regard it more likely to be an oversight, but it might not be. We can clarify that perhaps in the course of the day.
Right, it may come back in re-examination. Sorry, Mr. O'Carroll, back to yourself.
That's very helpful, thank you. Mr. Weir, I think the point is this, particularly in light of your answers to the reporter as well, is that you stated in your last answer to me that, well, yes, if you wanted to look at the letter of it, and then you use the word slavish. But the point is this, though, that this is what we have. This is what your stated methodology is. And I've pointed out an example when you didn't apply it. Now, what I'm suggesting to you is this, Mr. Weir, is that this is perhaps an example, very clear-cut example, whereby what has been done is that where you haven't particularly favoured the categories that would otherwise apply, you've then used what you would call judgment, using very broad guidance in GLVIA, to then separately justify the fact that you have stated a significance of effect as being lower than would otherwise be the case. It's symptomatic of that, isn't it?
It's an example where there is a difference between table 2.6 and the outcomes of the assessment. It's one example.
It demonstrates the downplaying, and moreover, it contradicts very directly, I think, despite what you've just said in answer to the reporter, what you said at 6.211, and repeated in your precognition, and repeated in your evidence in chief, where at 6.211 of your inquiry report, you say the degree of increased intrusion at viewpoints 11 and 12 does not come close to a significant effect on visual amenity. Well, that can't be right though, can it? Because it certainly does come close, because if we apply your own methodology as set out by you in your own EIAR, it certainly comes more than close, because in fact on a strict reading of it, we have found that there is in fact a moderate, therefore significant impact. So not only does it come close, it finds that there is. Is that not the case?
If that is the case, that's an incorrect conclusion in relation to viewpoint 11, in my opinion.
And we'll come back to viewpoint 12 later on, but that's actually about that. Now, if I could just then go briefly to, if you don't have it, it doesn't matter, because I'm covering it elsewhere, but if you do happen to have it, if you have core production 10, sorry, I keep calling it core production instead of core document. It's just a force of habit, sir. I'm sorry. I think you know what I mean. Core document 1018, which is a recent document that's been produced only last week or finalized last week, which is a spreadsheet.
Yes, I have that.
I expected you to have been taken to that in evidence in chief, but you weren't. But anyway, I'll look at it. The only point I want to bring to the reporter's attention with your evidence is the yellow background we can see from that indicates Argyll and Bute Council's outcome of increased, as in increased impact, or indeed of all matters, magnitude, effect, and so on, as expressed in their inquiry report. And the matters that are then shaded in yellow are those such differences. Do you see that?
Yes.
So we can see, therefore, that there, in that helpful summary, there is clearly scope for different landscape experts to differ. And the reason why the council has differed from the view taken by you with regard to sensitivity, magnitude of change, and therefore impact, has been because, in their view, in our view, the council's view, you have consistently chosen a lower grade in terms of sensitivity and magnitude, and therefore arrived at judgments of sensitivity of effect, which are themselves also lower, using a rougher scale. That's what it all boils down to, isn't it?
Well, I think if you look at no is the short answer. If you look at the to deal with the susceptibility and sensitivity point, if you look at the wording in red in 2019, so for upland forest moor mosaic LCT6 landscape character, sensitivity wording in red is medium. In 2019, we had a medium low sensitivity, and in 2023, current application, we've increased that to medium. And on the West Kintyre seascape unit, for example, we previously had low value, which we've increased to medium value, and so therefore it's not the case that, and this is what I was really referring to in my evidence in my precognition, it's not the case that we have arbitrarily or deliberately sought to downplay either the magnitude or the sensitivity. So if we look at viewpoint 11, for example, interestingly, since we've just discussed it, at viewpoint 11 in 2019, we had it as a medium sensitivity, and the decision was taken to make it high sensitivity. And indeed, we had a high medium, sorry, that not sensitivity value. We made it a high value from medium value, and that has fed into the outcome of a high sensitivity, whereas in 2019 it was high medium split category. So I understand that your point perhaps is more in relation to significance, and we might have been, I think I was probably at cross purposes in relation to significance, where it may be that, but it is the case that the council obviously are using split categories and they're greater than ours. But I don't see from that, there's nothing in our conclusions in terms of value, susceptibility, sensitivity across the board that we're trying to apply the lower outcome. There is sound of gear, we had high, and we changed that down to medium on the basis that that better reflects GLVIA 3 in terms of people on transport and their expectations of a view. So there are some changes in that regard, which I think is just a natural evolution of a landscape and visual impact assessment that was probably predominantly undertaken 2015, 2016 onwards, and the greater refinement and application of the guidance in the time between then and finalisation of the LVIA for the current application. So it's an evolution of our approach to landscape and visual impact assessment, but it's not one that's designed to reduce or underplay effects in any way, shape or form.
I do appreciate that there are certain changes brought by the applicant in terms of that table, but the point remains that there's been a consistent approach adopted, which has enabled you to reach the conclusion that the overall effects of this current scheme are no worse than those in 2019. That's been the thrust of it, isn't it?
Well, they are worse, but they're worse within the same category. So as I mentioned at the very beginning of my my evidence, the turbines are more prominent, and therefore within the moderate significance category or medium magnitude, then we have a greater effect. It's just that we're describing that in the text, and it doesn't feed through into the views from GEA, for example, viewpoint 8 becoming of major significance. They're simply not. I mean, the turbines are 8 kilometres away. They're substantially screened by intervening landform. I would imagine if you asked 100 landscape architects whether that represents an effect of major significance, the majority would suggest it's significant, but not at the highest category of significance.
Okay. I'd like to move on to another related subject area, and that is the comparison of the two schemes. And to start with, then I'll go to the beginning of your inquiry report, paragraph 2.3.4. And you say there that the number of turbines reduced from 14 to 12 to take into account sensitive landscapes following consultation to reduce impact on more sensitive views. Now, could you explain which specific sensitive landscapes were taken into account? And more particularly, can you explain by examples that we can see how the effects are reduced by the emission of those two turbines?
That wasn't something that I was involved with, the particular detail of the requests from the council and from Nature Scott. So I'm taking that from, I believe it's in the main LVIA report where that is referenced as being the case. So I don't know, and it would be wrong for me to speculate. I think what the circumstances around that were, and I've taken it as read and I've reproduced it. There will be someone that can answer that question, but it isn't something that I can assist the inquiry with. Okay.
Now, I'm not sure if you quite grasped my question, or if I maybe just didn't phrase it properly. Whatever the reason for the reduction in turbines in 2 in number, that's what we have, and I'm sure that is in the main report. I'm asking you, as a landscape architect, where it is we can see from your own assessment on landscape and visual impacts, where we can see the reduction in effects which you assert without the 2 turbines mentioned.
Well, in the absence of the 2 turbines in, for example, the ZTV model, then no, I can't point to a map that shows there's a reduction in visibility because they're not in the scheme anymore. The same as, back in 2015, there were 52 turbines in the Clachaig Glen scheme. I don't know what the effects of that would be either. And the LVIA, quite rightly, doesn't address the effect of emission of 2 turbines in any detail, and we don't rely upon it in terms of mitigation, other than, I think I make the point, if more turbines are undesirable, then fewer turbines are surely better.
Thank you. I think that's pretty much what, as far as you can take it then. So the reporter would understand that it's a matter of narrative, that if there are fewer turbines, the impact will be less because there are fewer of them. Is that really what it comes down to?
That was the basic point I was making, yes.
Yes, thank you. Now, I'd like you to look at core document 152. No, beg your pardon, I'm going to move on from that. Can we just now then go to production core document 1221, the comparisons?
Yes.
So we've looked at the spreadsheet, which carried out certain comparisons between assessments in 2016 and those in 2022. Mr. Wimble has created the series of comparative visualizations at document 1221. And you'll see there that there is a narrative over a page and a half explaining the parameters of that particular exercise that was undertaken. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And underneath that, we've got table 1, the only table. And I'd like to just look at the table just now, please. That's in quite small font, so I'm finding I'm having to enlarge it for my own screen. You might need to do the same.
Yes.
Now, I take it you've had a chance to look at this before.
I have had a look at it, yes.
Do you agree with the...
Sorry, I carry on, yes.
Do you agree with the comparisons that have been made? So bearing in mind the explanation provided above, but do you agree with the exercise and the comparisons as described in table 1, as between the effects under the previous scheme and the current scheme as described there?
Well, I think it would be useful to look at a specific example. Is the one that you would like me to comment on? There's quite a lot of information there, and it is a while since I looked at this.
Well, it really just follows on from the spreadsheet which I took you to. So, for example, we've got viewpoint 8, the proposed scheme, in the left-hand column. We've got viewpoint 8, our Minish. We've got high sensitivity, medium magnitude of change, moderate effect. That was what it was in viewpoint 8. But that is the current situation, and the equivalent viewpoint is 15, whereby it's high, medium, using the split definitions, medium and major, moderate. Just taking that first one.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
In terms of that being a factual representation of...
A factual representation of what is included in both the IARs, yes.
Yes.
Okay, well...
there is this caveat, which I think may apply to viewpoint 8, which is that prior to the 2019 inquiry, and the reporters reference this in the committee report. I had looked at, I think it's viewpoint 8, and I had come to the conclusion that, in my professional opinion and judgment, that the conclusion for what was then viewpoint 15, viewpoint 8, let's call it, being a major moderate effect, was simply not borne out by the visualization. So I recalibrated that judgment, and it is on record in the reporter's report, that I had stated this at the inquiry, and so I had suggested that rather than major moderate, actually it was moderate. And as I've explained previously, in my opinion, not only is it moderate, it was at the lower end of moderate. So that may be behind the question, but that is the explanation.
Right. So looking at viewpoint 8 then.
Yes.
So at the moment, then we have moderate impact compared to major moderate in the equivalent viewpoint from 2016. What was the?
We don't though, because major moderate, as I just explained, we didn't have major moderate in my opinion back in 2016. It was moderate, and I'd made that adjustment or recalibration in the process of taking on, giving evidence and taking on the content of the LVIA. I was not comfortable with agreeing that that was a major moderate effect.
Okay, so right, so
that's what happened.
Yeah, right, so you downgraded that in 2019 to moderate, and
yes.
Right, so that was the final outcome. Looking at the other viewpoints, then, if you go to viewpoint 10, the other examples, we have the impact is the same, which is moderate. And so it's moderate both in terms of viewpoint 10, 2023, and moderate in 2016, okay?
Yes.
Confirm. And, but that is a result of a change in sensitivity from medium to medium from high medium. Is that correct?
That's what's presented there, but I think we perhaps ought to cross-reference that with the spreadsheet that you took me to a minute ago. So for viewpoint 10, let's just look at that. Yes.
If you just bear with me, we picked up in re-examination, but the point is that this has been drawn up by Mr. Wimble, looking at the two EIA reports from the two separate applications, and they've been reproduced. So I'm just going through with you just to confirm the factual statements that are there. You've explained what it is in relation to viewpoint 8 that changed in your downgrading in 2019. And now I'm now asking to look then at viewpoint 10. And can you just agree with me as a factual matter that both effects were moderate? However, viewpoint 12 in 2016, the equivalent to viewpoint 10, was from a sensitivity of high, medium, and not medium.
Yeah, but that is actually the point I made a few minutes ago in relation to application of GLVIA3 in relation to people using modes of transport. It's the ferry point, so it's the view from the ferry, and generally, if you're using a mode of transport, firstly you're exposed to a lot.
Mr. Weir, I've already understood your answer to that, so I understand why it's been reduced to medium. So we can move on. Sure, Carol.
Thank you, sir. And at viewpoint 15, then we have medium, moderate in 2023 at viewpoint 15, and that is change in sensitivity to medium from high medium in 2016.
Yes.
and viewpoint 16, change in impact from major moderate in 2016 to moderate in 2023, but both of those arising from medium sensitivity and high magnitude of change. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I can explain why those changes happened, if you'd like me to.
No, thank you. I wanted you to confirm that you agreed with what was stated there, that is actually the position.
It's agreed. There is a change, but there's a reason for the change.
Right. And I've missed out viewpoint 13, and I think that's just in fairness to your position, but we've already referred to that by reference to the earlier spreadsheet, that there is a change for viewpoint 13 to major from moderate. Previously, it's equivalent, and I think you've already made that point. I'm simply flagging it now that it's also faithfully replicated in that table.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I'd like to then go to section 5 of your inquiry report, and paragraph 5.2.1.
And what page is that on, please?
Mode. Is 22 on the actual document itself, and I'm using a hard copy, so I don't know what the electronic page is.
Okay, and the reference it was
It's 26, if that helps electronically.
So I'll add
page 20, page 26. Okay. Okay, section 5. Yes, is that right? Section 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
Section 5, page 22. Now, so 521, you state that the change in height does not affect impact, and at 522 over the page, you summarize this to state that in simple terms, the difference in turbine height between the two schemes is insufficient to change the magnitude or significance outcomes from that applicable to the 2019 consented development. Well, so far so familiar, because that's obviously been your evidence loud and clear.
That was, though, one of the errata points, wasn't it? I think that I started with. Is that right? 5.2.2.
Yeah, you inserted the word general.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Remind me, where does the word general come in? Oh yeah, from that generally applicable to the 2019.
Generally insufficient is
generally
what
insufficient.
Yeah.
Okay. So you've got a qualification there. Okay.
Yes.
Now, that's clearly your position before this inquiry in relation to the two schemes.
Yes.
Now, can I suggest that visual impact is caused by the increased height is in fact exaggerated in two ways. And I'm going to go through each of them in turn, Mr. Weir. But firstly, the exaggeration occurs by what is visible above the horizon over the landform, which you have described at length in your evidence in chief. And secondly, the increase in visible swept areas of the rotors, which we now have. So if I could take the first point of the two questions of visibility and visual impact, if we take the absolute difference in heights, taking the normal height, the median height for, well, the height of all but one of the turbines in 2019 as being 126.5 meters, and being up now to the highest of the turbines being 200 meters, that is an increase, as you pointed out, the arithmetic is simply 74 meters higher. Now, if we then apply a ratio to that, then we have 1 to 158. So in other words, the new ones are 58% higher than the old ones. Okay, that's just a matter of arithmetic.
Yes.
Accept that.
Yes.
Now, going back to the landform point, which you stressed in your evidence in chief, And clearly landform varies depending on where you are. But there is, as you pointed out, landform which disguises at least part of the hub in certain instances, if not always. But for the purpose of this discussion, I'd like to take a figure of 50 meters as being the point at which landform covers the first part of the turbine from the ground up, okay? So if we assume that the bottom 50 meters of the tower is hidden by intervening landform, no vegetation, then the extent of the turbine that's visible above the horizon increases from 76.5 meters to 150 meters. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yes, greater visibility, which we've accepted.
Yes. So it's the point that's visible above the horizon. I've chosen the figure of 50 meters, which obviously is going to be a variable one, but I've chosen that for the point of view of this exercise. So if we were to take 50 meters, we then have a point visible above the horizon, the points you can see of being 76 meters previously to 150 meters now with a 200 meter turbine, okay? Now, if one applies that, using what is clearly an assumption, but if one applies that, then we're looking at a ratio of 1 to 1.96. So in other words, using that assumption, the visibility of the turbines above the horizon would be nearly doubled.
And the question then is, there's a lot of mathematics there. The question then is, what does that do in terms of visual amenity? And that's the whole basis of the assessment, is that in both cases, unless you want to look at a specific turbine, but I mean, this is a theoretical you've raised. In both cases, as I understand it, the hub would be visible, the blades will be visible, and in the current application, that remains the same. So the key elements that are visible on the skyline remain the same, but repeat it again. Obviously, the 2019 proof scheme is less prominent compared to the current application that we've got in front of us.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. Now, thanks for engaging with the question. So the point I'm making is that when we assume that certain parts of the turbines will be obscured by landform or vegetation, the visibility of what remains will be greater because of the increase in height of the turbine. So it's not an absolute increase that we're looking at 76.5 meters. We're looking at an increase of visibility of that amount that's still visible after landform is taken into account, which in fact effectively is exaggerated, and the visibility is effectively doubled on the supposition or the hypothesis I presented to you. That's correct, isn't it? It's not mathematics, it's arithmetic, but it's really doubled then, isn't it?
You might apply arithmetic, but does that actually represent anything which relates to any of the turbines that we've considered? I started out by quoting some ground levels for turbines and comparing that to the height of the intervening landform, which is not a theoretical position or point at all. It's an actual comparison that I can refer to again if that would be useful. But yeah, we have and in fact, I've undertaken this exercise for turbine 10, for example, which is a 200 meter high turbine. The ground level at which that turbine is located is 157 meters above ordnance datum, which gives you a tip height of 357 meters. But the intervening landform between, let's say, viewpoint 8 or anywhere on gear or in the sound of gear, as I explained, is in the region of 240, 250 meters above ordnance datum, which means the perceived height of turbine 10 above that intervening landform and I'll caveat this in a second, would be a maximum of 107 meters above the landform. However, the turbine is set back from the intervening landform. It's not on it. And so therefore there's a greater screening effect. And if we look at turbine 10 in the visualizations, what we see is just about the top of the hub, which is 132 meters. In that case, it's 132 meters AOD. 132 meters above the ground level.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you for that evidence about turbine 10. I was putting to you a matter of principle, and that is that where you have visible turbines beyond landform, that the extent of their visibility above the horizon is exaggerated where you have much higher turbines. Is that not correct?
I don't think that's correct, actually, because it depends on the relative position of the viewer, the intervening landform, and the position of the object, or in this case, a turbine, to the rear of that intervening landform. I think the danger is that you can theoretically imagine that the turbine is on top of the intervening landform. It isn't. It's set back and below the intervening landform by some distance. That's the same effect, and this is all to do with proximity, and it's the same effect as at the very beginning on viewpoint 19, where we have Ben and Turk 1 at 63 meter high turbines appearing to dwarf the Clachaig Glen turbines in the visualization. It all relates to relative proximity of the viewer, the screening, and the object which is being screened.
Okay, I understand that your evidence, Mr. Weir, you're not prepared to accept the general point of principle that I'd like to suggest to you. Could I ask you then to consider the second exaggerating factor, which I wanted to ask you about?
Certainly.
Sorry, just before I move on to that, if we imagine though that the turbine, whichever turbine it is, both from the 2016, the 2019 position and the 2023 position, are in the same or approximately the same location, okay, in each time, then the point I've made is correct then, isn't it? Because the landform will be the same each time, but the visibility above the landform for each comparable turbine will be more visible because its effect will be exaggerated as a result of the increased height, whichever one you take.
I agree with the principle. I don't agree with the word exaggerated.
Okay.
It's not exaggerated. It is what it is. It's shown by the visualizations. It's not an exaggeration.
Okay. Thank you.
I would also suggest that the underlying point here is one in relation to the skyline, and you mentioned it when you started asking me about this particular point. I think the fact is that with both schemes, turbines are on the skyline, and the skyline itself, as I pointed out in relation to viewpoint 8, is a very simple skyline, some undulation, but not a huge amount. So the fact that they're both on the skyline is the main source of visual impact. But in itself, that is not. There are situations where impact could be greater as a result of something not being on the skyline. And to give an example of that, and the council suggested this themselves, in the report of handling in relation to Narrackan, for example, wind farm, and if we were to look at, and it may be that you want to look at it now, I don't know, but CD 006 and then 0.033, or indeed CD 009.050, the turbines of Narrackan are not on the skyline, but they are in a dip in the general landform of Kintyre, and the backdrop to them is the interesting mountainous landform of the north of Arran. And so in itself, being on the skyline isn't necessarily the worst outcome. There can be occasions where turbines are seen against a backdrop, and that effectively harms the appreciation of the backdrop. And I think that is the case if you were to look at viewpoint 21 in relation to Narrackan, and the council make the point that it's effectively seen against the backdrop of probably what is the most interesting view from Gia. So the idea that something on the skyline is necessarily the worst case, it isn't, in my opinion, correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mr. O'Carroll,
yeah.
I hate to interrupt, and I'm sorry for this, but there was quite a long explanation there about turbine 10 and its heights above AOD, etc., and its effects. And for myself, it would be helpful if we could just, Mr. Weir, if you could just go to the document, the comparative document that was produced by Dr. Wimble.
So we're definitely coming to that. We're just.
Are you coming to that?
Yeah, we are.
Thank you. That would be useful to me.
Yeah. Before I get to that, though, there's the second of the two parts of the question I was asking you when I was discussing matters of principle, which you had accepted in relation to the first leg, and then you talk some more. And then the second point is the swept area. Now, here the arithmetic is more complicated because we have to introduce pi. But again,
I think you lost me at that point, I think, but I will take it as read, yes.
Well, okay, if you accept everything I say, then we can get through this very quickly. Now, looking at the rotor sizes, this is the second of the two exaggerated effects caused by increased height and, in this case, increased rotor diameter. Now, previously, the diameter of the rotors was 101 meters. Is that your recollection? I can take you to the actual.
I will accept that. I can't remember that, but yeah.
I have a reference to the actual report of handling where that's stated as part of the application. But thank you for accepting that. Now, all of the rotors will be 155 meters in diameter. Yes. And again, I can take you to the reference for that, but I think that's something you will know. So as a ratio, we have, again, taking the same straight line approach as I did before, we've got a ratio of 1 to 1.53, or 53% longer in diameter. Okay?
Yes.
Now, the area of a circle is pi r squared. So if we have the swept area previously of 8,007 meters squared, we will now have a swept area of 18,859 meters squared, which is a ratio of 2.35 times more. So the point I'm making, and you can, if I'm able to check my arithmetic, I'm happy to repeat it if you wish.
No.
The point I'm making, though, is that the increase in the rotor diameter increases the swept area by a far larger amount because of the nature of swept areas. So we're looking at a swept area, which is more than 2 times as much. So the position then is that not only are the more prominent parts of the turbines more visible, the extent of the moving rotor area is much greater. And that is why the scale and visual effect of the higher turbines will appeal much greater than a simple nominal increase in height would suggest. Can you accept that?
I think there's another factor. The short answer is mathematically, yes. I think there are two things which are relevant in relation to that. The first is that, and I think we will have all seen this, the smaller the rotor, or the smaller the blades rather, the quicker the perceived movement of the turbine blade is. So if you ever see a very small turbine, two blades, for example, in a comparable wind speed, it whizzes around at an alarming rate, which is incredibly distracting and draws the eye, and that adds to visual impact. With a larger blade, the perception, and it must be perception rather than reality, is that the blade is moving more slowly. So irrespective of the mathematics, which I'm not going to dispute, the question must be, in terms of visual impact, is that a difference which is one that is perceived and experienced? And I don't think it is between the two schemes. And to the extent that it is, obviously they are larger blades. We factor that into our understanding of the visual impact and come to a conclusion based on that larger blade. And there are locations where just a small amount of the blade is visible, but obviously that may well be in a location where under the 2019 scheme there was no visibility or even less visibility. So it's undeniably the case that the blades are bigger. The question really is, does that feed into perception of greater visual impact in a way that it mirrors the sort of mathematics, which sounds alarming at 2.5 times or whatever it was. I think it's too arithmetical an approach when we're considering human perception. You wouldn't look across from gear and say, oh look, those turbine blades are 2.5 times the swept path of some other turbine blade. It doesn't work that way.
Well, Mr. Weir, that's exactly the point I'm trying to make, is that it's only 74 meters higher, but the consequences of those are, in perceptual terms, different from the absolute increase in height, which I think is what you're saying makes no difference. But I think perhaps we've perhaps just exhausted that anyway. I think we've probably discussed that fully. But if I could ask you to look at comparisons then to test that question, which you've just been alluding to in your answer. So if we then go to where I was at production 1221, and sir, I'm getting to the point that you want me to go to very soon. So in terms of perception then, as against landform, and we're going to start though with viewpoint 13. Viewpoint 10 is included here, but we're going to go to 13 first, because that is the most extreme example. Just bear with me while I reduce the size of this. So viewpoint 13 is, if you're looking at it electronically, that is then to be found at page 11 of 25.
Page 11, with me. Yes.
Sorry, better one there is 20 of 25 for the photo montage, please.
Yes.
Yeah, so 20 of 25, we can see the gate in front of each. The viewpoint is very, very similar. So we've got the consented one that we can see fully visible blades in 3 of them. The blade tip then further out to the right of the photograph, whereas we look at the proposed one up above that, viewpoint 13.4, which has just been taken from the EIAR.
Yes.
And you've acknowledged, as we've discussed already, that the change from medium magnitude and moderate effect in 2016 has now been upgraded to high magnitude and major effect in 2023.
Correct.
And looking at these comparisons, we can see that well, that's clearly that's a clearly correct analysis, because we can see, can't we, that the turbines are more cluttered compared to what was consented.
Yes.
And that moreover, in the proposed visualization, we can see that the eye is drawn to the central turbine at the head of the loch there that we see.
Yes.
And the change, though, is primarily as a result of the increase in turbine height at this section of Kintyre Way. Would you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm just going to digress slightly and go, before I carry on with the other comparisons, at 5.3.1 to 2 of your inquiry report. I'll read it out to you. You don't need to go to it.
Okay.
If you want to. 5.3, reduction in turbine numbers. Already taking you to this. You state that the reduction in turbine numbers from 14 to 12 simplifies the composition, partially reduces the magnitude effect. We've already discussed that as well in your earlier answers.
Sorry, Mr. Carroll, just to confirm, the word reduces should be mitigates.
Mitigates, sorry. Obviously, I wasn't keeping up with all of the changes. Let's make that change now.
Sorry, there was a further change at the end, I think in brackets it says compared to a 14 turbine scheme.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, and I think we've agreed then that if you're looking at the comparison in turbines being lost compared to what was there before, what is there consented in 2016, in 2019, you've got a reduction in number of 2, but then again, the reduction would be one thing if the reduction in if 2 fewer turbines, if the 2 taken away were of the same height as those being proposed in the current scheme. But of course, we're dealing with fewer turbines, but also of a much greater height in their replacement. So there is that difference in effect with regard to the reduction in turbine number, isn't there?
Yes, I don't play upon or highlight the reduction from 14 to 12, other than the factual point that if we kept 14 in the current proposal at 185 or 200, then, as I said earlier, if more turbines generate greater impact, then by omitting them, which the applicant has done, then that is a degree of mitigation.
Yes, and I think that the point is then that the increase in height of that order means that there are more turbines visible from the most sensitive viewpoints, despite losing 2 of them.
I don't know. I haven't got a visualization that shows the 2 missing turbines in that context to draw that conclusion. I can't say one way or the other. I know which ones have gone. So turbine 12 from the 2019 scheme was omitted, and I believe it was turbine 9 as well.
Yeah, but I think the point is what I'm making, the general principle, and that is why we're looking at a reduction in turbine numbers. We're looking at turbines of a different height, however, and that's why they're more visible now. Perhaps it might just be easier than if I just go ahead and take.
I don't disagree with you, and I'm not making. I don't make anything of the fact that we've now got 12 rather than 14, because perhaps your underlying point I would agree with is that although that is a point to be made, it doesn't necessarily help us when we think about the overall visual impact from locations such as this.
Sure. Well, let's have a look at the visualizations, the comparisons then. I'm going to go through each of the wire lines, and then I'm going to go through photo montages in succession. So if we look at the wire lines, going then to 1221, 25-page document, we start at page 6 of 25.
Yes.
And these are the wire lines. So we can see then at viewpoint 8 that we've talked about before, the proposed one, we can see the turbines that are visible there. And then we can compare that with viewpoint 15 from the consented scheme. And we can see that the turbines are higher, more prominent above the skyline. Yeah?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Then equally, then looking at 9, the same thing, same observations, same answer, I presume.
Is that viewpoint 9 or
Yeah.
page 9? Viewpoint 9.
Viewpoint 9 is at page 7 of 25.
Page 7. Viewpoint. Yes. Yeah.
So
the same.
under the proposed scheme, we can see a number of consented turbines, but under the proposed scheme, we can see another number of turbines, but they are higher above the skyline, and we can see more of them, and we can see more nacelles and more blades.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Then at 10, which is page 8 of 25, same observations apply, do they not?
Yes.
And 11, we've
Yes.
got Runahurran Point near the caravan park, consented, some very small tips visible, but we can see at 11, we can see that we can see the nacelles of 3 turbines there, and the other ones are more visible, more prominent, and over the skyline. Yeah.
Yes.
12. Sorry, 12. Day and Lone Ferry Terminal, which is at page 10 of 25.
Yes.
The consented scheme has 2 that are barely visible and 1 blade tip, whereas under the proposed scheme, we can see an entire set of blades from turbine 1, I think that is, and the other one's more visible.
Yes.
And 13 we've done. 15 we have the wire line at page 12 of 25. And we can see they were in the consented scheme, they were visible, but they are more visible because of the turbine heights proposed. And in each case, all of them are visible above the hub height, and we can see all of the blades of all of them.
Yes.
And 16, the same. 16, we have consented scheme with a certain amount of visibility, but in the proposed scheme, they are larger and therefore appear closer because of their scale.
Yes.
Thank you. And then for the sake of completeness, then we'll go through the photo montages that have been produced. Now you just go through them with me. At 8, which is 15 of 25, we can see those produced in the photo montage. 8 proposed, yes. We can see visibility there. 15 as was, lower visibility.
There is a caveat that I would like to add here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's a caveat which you've already set out in your recognition. Is that right?
Yeah, it's to do with the direct comparison of the lighting conditions between the two. That I don't think they're directly comparable, and because of that, I didn't want to do this for every single location. But I think it's interesting or relevant to highlight that if we put the consented scheme into the same photograph for viewpoint 8, then that is a better comparison, because the lighting in the lower image here is much more recessive. There's a lot more cloud cover. You look at the intensity of the colours in the foreground, for example, and the turbines in the bottom image effectively merge into the sky. So, insofar as we're thinking about viewpoint 8, what it is useful for as well is to demonstrate the variability of conditions that do affect the worst case visibility that we've highlighted in our assessment, I think, which I think is fairly shown by the top image.
Well, it's interesting you should mention that, because what effectively you're saying is that what Mr. Wimble is required to do is to go to the 2016 EIAR and to look out viewpoint 15, which is then put alongside the equivalent viewpoint at 2023 for viewpoint 8.
Yes.
And obviously the two photographs are taken on different days with different weather conditions. But what you would have been able to do, I presume, would have been able to take the viewpoint 8 photomontage baseline image, and then you would have been able to put the former consented turbines onto that image, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we did it the other way around though. We took the clearer image of which is actually worst case, I would have thought. We didn't choose the 2019 image. We went the other way.
Yeah, so that's really, I think we're saying the same thing. So essentially, Mr. Wimble has been hamstrung by what he was required to do by comparing the two different visualizations that were produced in 19 and 23 respectively. But you'll recollect, obviously, that a request was made by the council for the applicants to produce comparators, directed comparators, and that request was declined. Is that correct?
It was declined in it may have been a misunderstanding. I don't know. My interpretation of the request, and I've asked to comment on it, was that the council wanted to see both schemes in the same photograph, and I had suggested that wasn't a reasonable exercise to undertake and didn't meet any sort of guidance. If that was a misunderstanding, and the request was really to produce a like for like, then we have done that for viewpoint 8, which I think serves as a I think it's, if we were to think about the most important viewpoints, viewpoint 8 is clearly one of them, and having undertaken that exercise to make sure we're comparing like with like, I think the evidence is before the inquiry.
Okay, going back then to where we were at page 15 of 25. We're looking at 15 of 25, and you have a caveat to that. We've discussed that now. So then going down to viewpoint 9, as is compared to viewpoint 14, here South Pier.
Yes.
We can see the photo montage there, and we can see a greater degree of visibility of turbines in the proposal as opposed to the consented scheme.
Yes.
And similarly at viewpoint 10, which is at page 17.
Yes.
Page 17 of 25, as was viewpoint 12 in 2019.
Yes.
From Sound of Gear from the Gear ferry. So again, what we're looking at then in viewpoint 10 is a large number of turbines clearly visible nacelles and blades visible from that, whereas in 2019 you can just see one nacelle, I think, and a few other blade tips. Is that right?
That's correct.
Sir, was it viewpoint 10 you wanted me to ask to go to before, when I told you I was coming to it?
No, I just wanted to have a look at comparison between the wireframes in terms of your questioning to do with swept rotor path and the height, but I'll come back to it in my own questions later on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Apologies if I misunderstood you. Now, I was then going on to viewpoint 11, which we've talked about, and its importance. 11 is at 18 and 25. We can see that the consented scheme, there is, I think there's very, very small amount of visibility in terms of consented scheme just above the treetops, whereas we can see turbines, blades visible in the photo montage for viewpoint 11.
Yes.
And 12, as you've already discussed in your evidence in chief, and you've also given evidence about the importance of that view, but I'm simply asking you to compare. What we're looking at here then is, in terms of that car park, we can then see clear nacelle at viewpoint 12 and some other rotors visible at the end, just the beginning of one nacelle over further to the right of the photograph, whereas we can see only one, I think perhaps one turbine visible under the consented scheme.
Correct, and that's where I say they're noticeable, not prominent.
Yeah, thank you. 13 we've already discussed, and at 15, the
Yes.
is at page 21 of 25. This is the sound of gear from the recreational watercraft that's further down the coast.
Yes.
Looking westwards, sorry, looking eastwards from the west. So we've got 15, we've got a number of clearly visible turbines. We've got a full height turbine visible at the front of viewpoint 15, and the others we can see. And viewpoint 6, the consented scheme, we can see nearly 2 full turbines and some other smaller tips over the land from behind.
Yes.
And finally, thank you for your patience with this exercise. Finally, then we have viewpoint 16, North Moosedale, versus viewpoint 2 from the 2019 consented scheme. Clearly, there is a far larger number of turbines that are visible in full in that view compared to what was consented in 2019.
Correct, but there is a caveat, I think, in relation to this image in particular, which is that the lower image, these were undertaken by 2 different organisations at different times, albeit using the same photograph. In my opinion, the lower image, the rendering of that is a lot more recessive against the skyline, for example, than the case in the top image, where whoever's rendered it has effectively made the turbines stand out more against the sky than is the case in the lower image. There are, I have every sympathy with someone trying to render these and make them appear as accurate as possible. But I think there's a bit of a difference that I need to highlight. Okay,
but the overall picture, I don't think you would seriously dispute, though, would you?
No, not at all.
But far greater degree of visibility of turbines, including full height turbines, compared to what was consented in 2019.
I'm not sure they're full height. I think
well, near full height then.
You near full height, perhaps, for one of them, yes.
Yeah. And if I could then, having gone through that exercise with you, take you to paragraph 6.2.7 of your inquiry report. And that's at page 30. And if we add 4 pages, that's electronically 34. Page 34. So 627.
Page 30, 627.
The last sentence of that, which then goes over the page into 31.
Yes.
Just make sure I've got my reference correct. For many of these viewpoints, a similar degree of visibility exists under the 2019 consented development. Now, when you're talking about these viewpoints, then you have mentioned 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16. We have looked at the other ones that we've just been through, which covers not all of those, many of them. Now, then just to ask you the short question, what you said, for many of these, a similar degree of visibility exists compared to the 2019 scheme.
That's in terms of the, so perhaps to clarify that, I think what I'm suggesting there is that it's in terms of do we have visibility of the hub, or do we have blade tip visibility? I'm saying that in every case, the application scheme is more prominent than 2016, 2019 consented.
Well, I think it's very fair of you to accept that, and if you could have done other, but thank you. But the conclusion I wanted to ask you about at 627, having gone through those different viewpoints, is that a similar degree of visibility exists under the 2019 incentive development. Well, it seems to me, and obviously it's a matter for the reporter, but my questions to you is this, that given the exercise that we've just undertaken and all the different viewpoints that we've just looked at, that's a statement you simply can't, it's simply not a supportable statement, that there's a vast difference between what is visible, what would have been visible had 2019 development been built, compared to what is proposed now under this application. We're seeing many more hubs, many more nacelles and blades visible from those viewpoints, especially from the west, viewpoints 10, 11, and 12. So what has been stated there at 627 simply isn't correct, is it, Mr. Weir?
I think it's the difference, perhaps, that obviously you're focusing on I think a single word, similar, in a document of however many words, 10,000 words. I'm not sure how many. I think the underlying point that I'm making is that if you look at the difference between 2019 and the application scheme, in many cases there is clear visibility in both schemes, whether it be blade tips or hubs, etc., and that the change between them, yes, obviously more prominent, but we rarely go from a situation where there is so maybe viewpoint 11 would be a case where there was, I think you pointed out, one blade tip visible with a hub, but even when we look at 20 the application scheme, that doesn't change hugely. We see some more blade tips, for example, which have acknowledged, at least theoretically we see them, but I think probably borne out with looking at the visualization, though you have to frankly zoom in to see those blade tips at viewpoint 11. So I think it might be that we disagree around the word similar. And I've explained and agreed with your point. So I don't think perhaps I would reword that sentence if I rewrote it.
Sorry, Mr. Weir, could I just ask you? You said rarely we go from a situation, and then you didn't complete that sentence. I'd like to understand what you were trying to say there.
What I'm saying is that for, say, for example, viewpoint 8 or viewpoint 15 from the recreational watercraft on the Sound of Gear, under both schemes, you see pretty much the full number of turbines, and the differences, and this is really what I was trying to perhaps convey in that sentence, is that they're more prominent because they're larger, essentially. But you see the view changes in the same way. We add turbines into it, so it's not going from a position where, say, for viewpoint 8 or viewpoint 15, where in the consented scheme we weren't seeing any turbines, or we were just seeing a very small amount. In both cases, we see pretty much the full wind farm screened to a lesser or greater extent, And then when we look at those other viewpoints, so for example, 11 and 12, where we do go to an increased number of blades or hubs visible, then step change between the two is actually quite small. So I think that's what I'm trying to convey in that sentence.
Sorry, can I ask a question? You're done? Okay, good, thank you. Of course, the other thing that we shouldn't conflate, obviously, and we should make clear is that if you again, that sentence which you would otherwise change, you're talking about degree of visibility. But of course, I think as you've acknowledged in your earlier answers, that really what we're looking at is not simply mere visibility, but also effect, aren't we? That's at the end of the day, it's what we're really after.
That's actually, yeah, that is the nub of the argument in a way. That is the point that we need to get to. I'm totally in agreement with you. So it isn't whether you can see something, it is whether it matters that you can see something and what is the effect on visual amenity.
Yeah, absolutely. Sir, I really appreciate it's not quite 1 o'clock, but and I'm not actually going to a brand new topic, but I'm moving on to a slightly different section of Mr. Weir's inquiry report. So if this were a convenient point to break, I'd be happy to do that.
Yes, that sounds good. In terms of time, do parties want the full hour, or you'd be happy to come back at 1:30? Mr. O'Carroll?
I think in the interest of making progress, I'd say 1:30 might be safer.
Okay, Mr. Fraser and Mr. Weir, you're content with that?
Yes.
I'm happy, thank you, sir.
Okay, well, in that case, we'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. I'll just check that all parties are here. Yes, Mr. Weir, Mr. O'Carroll, Mr. Fraser. Fantastic. Okay, Mr. O'Carroll, again, if you can find a natural pause for a break this afternoon, that'd be much appreciated. And we'd like to carry on with the witness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Weir, could you go to paragraph 2.2.6 of your inquiry report, where you discuss mitigation? And I think this is in relation to viewpoints that you discussed with Mr. Fraser in evidence in chief this morning, illustrating the extent to which the proposed development is set back and mitigates adverse effects on the more sensitive coastal and upland fringes. And I'm taking that together with another point made by you at 235 of that same document, which is that where you say that there's a reduced perception of the height of the turbines, and there's an ability for the proposed development to be mitigated and accommodated within the landscape. Now, as we've seen from 1225, 1221, where we were, when we looked at viewpoints 8, 9, and 10, and 15, we agreed that when we looked at those particular viewpoints, we could see that the turbine bases were hidden behind the ridge, whereas the hubs and rotors in those viewpoints loom over the top of what is a modest height of landform, and that their scale can be compared with relatable existing features such as housing and trees on the coast and west-facing slopes. Now, the relatable features is something that you mentioned in your evidence in chief, and can I just again go back, and I'll be a lot briefer this time with regard to the viewpoints. So if we look at starting with viewpoint 8, might as well just go into the one there because it is just taken from the LVIA anyway.
Yes.
Viewpoint 8 is 15 of 25.
Yes.
Of that. So we can see the forestry that's there. We can see but we can see also the settlements down by the coast there at that viewpoint of that photo montage viewpoint, can't we?
Yes.
And probably another good one would be relatable houses. Again, at viewpoint 10, we see the car park from the near shore of viewpoint 10. But I think perhaps the best illustration is at viewpoint 15, think, do we see housing there within that particular? 15 is a 21 or 25.
Yes, I can see that. Yeah.
So we can see houses there. We can see fields in their form. So the question then is just the points underlying the question. If I could ask your evidence on that, please. That basically, I think you have already said that it's a modest landform. It's a relatively, forget the word you use, but it's a relatively uncomplicated and simple landform. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't think I used the word modest, because that would imply maybe that it's somehow lacking in size.
Right.
My underlying point, you're right. I did refer to it as a simple landform, which I think it is. My underlying point is that 15 perhaps isn't the best example, but we can go with that. That the scale of the visible extent of the turbines, whether that be tower or blade, is not disproportionate to the landform at which they sit on, and that's more so if we were to look at viewpoint 8 or any of the other viewpoints from that general direction of GIA. I think here we're at the south end of GIA pretty much, and we're looking almost along the landform. So it appears it's perceived as a lesser height than, for example, at viewpoint 8. But even allowing for that, the turbines are not, by any stretch of the imagination, dwarfing the landform, in my opinion. Or indeed the forestry. If you look at the dark green in the top image, which is the forestry, the visible extent of the turbines is about the same height or perceived height or depth as the forestry, and then you've got a lot of landform still beneath that to take us down to the water. So that's why I say what I do in that respect.
Yeah, well, viewpoint 8, if you're looking at that, page 15 of 25, we can see, albeit that the house, we can see a house in the foreground, albeit that's a house that's on GIA, and we're looking over the water.
Yes.
Towards the mainland, the peninsula. But clearly then the house is then relatable in scale to what we see there, isn't it?
It is relatable in scale, yeah.
Yeah. And therefore a comparison can be made to the viewer.
The eye understands, obviously, that one is nearer than the other. The turbines are 8 kilometers from the viewpoint. The house is, I don't know, perhaps 800 meters from the viewpoint, not even that, probably. So I think what I take from that image is that, and really perhaps I may not have made it clear, there is nothing in proximity to the turbines which allows us to know whether they are 126 meters or 200 meters, and we're not helped in any respect by housing in the view. And to the extent that we can see houses over the Sound of GIA on the mainland, that they are tiny, but they're tiny in relation to the landform as well.
Right. Okay. Well, leave that there, but it's obviously a matter for the reporter. What I was suggesting to you was that the turbines, in comparison to the landform and the tiny houses that we see on the mainland, are effectively dwarfed in comparison to the turbines when we view them. But clearly you disagree with that.
Sorry, Mr. Carroll, is that a statement or are you asking a question, Mr. Weir?
Yes. So is that the, without getting you to repeat your last answer, is that essentially where we are, that you disagree with that?
I disagree that they act as scale comparators in a way that is detrimental to or adds to visual impact, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Now, relative scale, similar topic, but could you go to 2.4.5 of your inquiry report, which is at page 10 of the document, page 14, I presume, electronically.
Yes, I've got that.
First sentence. Now, was this 2.4.5 again responding to Nature Scout guidance? Was this a subject to correction by you this morning?
Let me just check. 2.4.5. No, I don't believe it was.
Okay, well, it might be soon then, because it seems that you have referred to viewpoint 14.4 and 15 being Gia, South Pier and Ardminish.
Yes, you're right. They should be 8 and
Those
9, actually.
They should be
Yes.
8 and 9.
Yes, my error.
Because you've used your previous viewpoints for the.
It caused me no end of trouble, the fact that we'd changed the numbering in between the two schemes.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you probably had a similar situation.
Now, we've discussed the question of scale in comparison with other features just a short time ago. And I suggested to you that there's a clear disparity in terms of the features, in terms of the landform and the man-made and other identifiable features. And obviously we've discussed that, we've got your evidence. Could I just then ask you to look at guidance in relation to this matter, please, and go to production core document 7002, siting and designing wind farms in the landscape, the SNH document from 2017.
Yes, I've got that.
Thank you. I'd like to take you to, it's referred to you at paragraph 2.6 of your inquiry report, or is it? It's 2.6. Anyway, 2.6.
Yeah, I don't have a 2.6, do I?
I know. That's why it might be your recognition I'm referring to.
Mm-hmm.
It's where you make a reference to. Don't have it there either. It must be 2.4.6. Let me just double check. It's where you make reference to the document I'm taking you to, 702.
This is in relation to viewpoint 13. 2.4.6 is dealing with viewpoint 13.
That's not it.
Yeah.
Just bear with me.
I don't know if it helps, but 2.4.7 refers to the document, the core document that you're referring to, Mr. O'Carroll.
That could well be it.
I'm just wondering, Mr. Carroll, the end of paragraph 2.4.4 of the report refers to paragraph 2.6 of the other document. I'm wondering, is it somewhere around there you were looking at?
Okay.
That's page 10 or PDF page 14 of the document, if that helps. I'm just wondering whether that's where you got the 2.6 from, you see.
Yes, I'm sure. All right, let me go. Let's see. Now, it's where you refer to consistency with other existing consented turbines in the vicinity.
Which paragraph is that?
Okay. Let me just go to the guidance. I think we'll just maybe save time.
Okay.
Just get you to confirm the guidance with me, please. So if we go to 702. the question of landscape scale. What I'm taking you to is page 19 of that, which is electronically page 21 of 50.
Yes, I have that.
Both.
Right.
It discusses scale, and do we see that 3.3.2 of page 20 says the wind farm should be of minor vertical scale in relation to the other key features of the landscape?
I do see that, yes. And that's my point, actually. That's the point that is apparent from viewpoint 8 or any other key viewpoints apart from viewpoint 13 and arguably viewpoint 16, is that if you compare the two, then it is minor compared to the landform in particular. In fact, the final bullet point of 3.32 echoes the comments I made a minute ago about the minor size compared to other key features and foci within the landscape, or separated from a sufficiently large area of open space, horizontally or vertically. And I say horizontally, it's 8 kilometers, so that there isn't really it's 3 kilometers from the wind farm if you're looking at the house by the water, perhaps, but there isn't a readily available direct comparison.
Yeah. If you look at page 32, please. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Before you do that, could you go to page 5? Beg your pardon. I do beg your pardon for moving you around so much. Go back to page 5. It's actually page 6 of 50.
Page 6 electronically or actual page 6?
Electronically, it's page 6 of 50. It's 5 of the actual document.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I've got that.
Now, we've got a bullet point here in relation to guidance referred to by you, which obviously we're looking at. 2.6, it's got bullet points in there, and there is guidance there that the factors to consider when choosing the most appropriate model for a site include consistency with other existing and consented turbines in the vicinity.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
Now, looking at that, bearing that guidance in mind, could I ask you then please to go to viewpoint SW1, supplementary wireline, which is at core document 0920.
$920. Yes.
As well. 920. It's W1.
Yes.
Great. So we now have our viewpoint SW1, which is a cumulative view of them. So looking at this viewpoint SW1, it's correct, isn't it? Looking at this wireline that I've drawn your attention to alongside the guidance we've just looked at. Isn't it correct that the closest developments to this one, were it to be developed, have very much smaller turbines? For example, we have Benenturk at 63.5 meters, Dukerin Hill at 79 meters and 93 meters, Blairy Hill at 110. So if constructed, this scheme would not comply with that guidance. Is that correct?
Well, firstly, Ben and Turk, I think there are 3 sections of Ben and Turk, aren't there? You're referring to the original Ben and Turk 1, which is 63. The other 2, 2 and 3 are 200 meters, aren't they, in size? So, but to cover your main point, I would say that it perhaps comes down to the definition of in vicinity. And I think also touches on a point that I think I've made in my evidence about proximity, which is one that the reporters in the 2019 decision highlights, that it isn't whether a wind farm is perceived as bigger or smaller than another one, it's whether it can be accommodated within the view. Clearly, I accept that if you look at Ben and Turk, then those turbines which are further away and smaller in size appear to be, whether they reduce scale, actually turning that around the other way, that allows us to perceive Clachaig Glen as a separate entity in development in a way which isn't the case when you look at I think we've all referred to the cluster of turbines in the south of Kintyre, the ones that you mentioned. And then finally, the point being made is that there aren't any comparable scaled turbines, but that is, if you look to the left and we look at Narrackan, which the council has no objection to, then the Clachaig Glen turbines are the closest in size in terms of being comparable within that view. But there's a good degree of separation between the two, which reduces, in my evidence, I say that reduces the cumulative effect. So I think it is inevitable, isn't it, that distance comes into play, and it perhaps hinges on, as I said, the word vicinity and understanding of that in the use, in the guidance.
Okay, well, it's quite a full answer. I think the main point being that this scheme is, on any view, considerably larger than any of the existing ones.
Existing as in built.
Yeah, correct.
Yes, yes, it is.
Now, reverting again to some guidance, I'd like you to look at Core Document 7009. Visual representation of wind farm guidance.
Yes.
Guidance.
Yes, I've got that.
Thank you. Now, if we could go to paragraph 83, which is to be found at page 19 of 53 electronically. 1919.
Yes.
Paragraph 83. Number of viewpoints, 82, 83, it says, good discussion here of design iterations. Talk about the number of viewpoints. It says this process will involve the production of wire lines. All need to be produced for each layout and design option, including alternative turbine heights when these are being considered. And at 702, I think we have other guidance, similar guidance at paragraph 5.8. 5.8, which is at 35 of 50. That might be what I was trying to get to before.
Sorry, I was disturbed by someone trying to come into the room. Could you repeat that?
Yes, 702. It took you to paragraph 83 of 709, and that
Yes,
takes you to paragraph 5.8 of
702,
which is the paragraph 35 of 50. 5.8. Design statements.
Let's just go to that. Right, yes.
I think what I'd like to do is just discuss with you the approach taken to this particular proposed development. So obviously there are some distinctions with what happened before. For one thing, the previous one was a planning application that was then recalled by the ministers to be conjoined with the Clachaig scheme. So it started life before the local authority. The other thing then obviously is that it's now a Section 36 scheme because of its increased output capacity over 50 megawatts. So clearly there are differences, and of course it's been intervening time in between 4 years, although the landscape hasn't changed in that time. But one approach that I wonder which you might have taken with regard to this generalized guidance, which I don't need to take you to specifically, is that why wasn't this new proposed scheme taken as basically being just presented by way of a modification of the previous scheme, so that we could see the design iteration between one scheme and the other, rather than simply viewing them both as two completely separate and distinct schemes as we now are, even though they're clearly related.
I think that's a planning point as to how it is dealt with through the planning process. Would be my opinion. It's not something I was given any thought to or could comment on actually as to what that approach was or why.
Oh, okay, that's fine. You can leave the point. I was actually meaning from a visual viewpoint, a visual point of development of it, but I don't think I'll dwell on that. Now, I would like to go to paragraph 5.2.8 of your inquiry report. Great reference. And again, this is 528, page 24, 28 electronically. You say the ZTVs for both schemes tell a similar story of an increase which remains within the range of moderate effect rather than tipping into effects. So are you with me on that?
Just going to get there. 5.2.4, yes.
So 528.
528, yes.
528, you say the ZTVs both tell a similar story and the increase remains within the range of moderate effect rather than tipping into major significance.
Yes.
So the conclusions are very familiar, but the point I'm focusing on is that you're referring to a ZTV to explain that. Now,
yes.
So before I ask the substantive question, I'd like you to look at something else. If you look at 709, which is where we were a short while ago, visual representation of wind farms. So 709 at paragraph 23, paragraph 23, and there's a table below it. That's at page 7. That's the internal 7 both.
Yeah, yes, I've got that. Yes. Mm-hmm. I can see that.
So, and it says, importantly, ZTVs indicate areas from which a wind farm is theoretically visible. Sure, don't need to tell you that, but within the study area, but they cannot show what it would look like nor indicate the nature or magnitude of landscape or visual impacts. And we see in the table below that, that's particularly the second bullet point under limitations. At page 7 to 8 of 53, it says a ZTV alone cannot indicate the potential visual impact of a development, nor show the likely significance of impacts. So I pick you up on this point, Mr. Weir, because you say that the ZTVs tell a similar story, and then you say it doesn't tip into major significance. But the point is it not, that ZTVs cannot do that? That's not the point of a ZTV.
They can't in isolation, but they can in comparison between two schemes, I would have thought, which is the point I'm making. So council make the same point that ZTV is broadly similar in terms of the geographical extent of potential visibility. I I agree with the bullet point. I'm not disputing that. They can't indicate significance, but they can tell us in comparison between two separate schemes whether there is an increase or decrease in theoretical visibility, and that's what they do. And in this case, and I think that's the point I'm making in the text, in this case, there is little difference between the two. So you might expect that as we go from 126 meter high turbines to 200 or 185, that opens up a whole new world in terms of the extent of visibility. But the ZTVs compared together indicate that it doesn't. So that is, it's a comparative thing, and on its own, if we're just looking at a ZTV for a particular scheme, then yes, it's right. The bullet point is correct.
Thank you. Now, I'm moving on to a separate topic then. I'm going to now move on to LWEX, which is dealt with at 2.5 of your inquiry report, and that's at page 13 where that begins, page 17 electronically. And you state, as is always stated, is that LCT 6, that is to say the upland forest moor mosaic, is identified in LWEX as one of the least sensitive LCTs to large typology wind turbines. But that is not to say that it is insensitive to large typologies of wind farms, is it?
Correct.
Now, thank you. If we go to, first of all, for the discussion of the actual specific areas we're looking at, if you go to CD 7003, which is the main report, volume 1 of that.
CD 7003, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a 255-page document.
Yes.
And I can ask you please to go to page 253 of 255, almost at the very end of that.
Yes.
And I would like to read out for your, and ask you, read out 2 bullet points, and then I'm going to ask you questions following that guidance. So, or their observations rather. So if you're at page 253, you'll see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullet points. I'm going to read out bullets 4 and 5. Increasing the height of turbines within operational wind farms located closer to the outer edges of the Kintyre Peninsula result in them appearing overly large in relation to buildings, small-scale fields, and individual trees seen on lower hill slopes, and also increase visual intrusion on road and settlement within coastal rock fringes and from Arran. Okay, forget the reference to Arran. This would be the case for the existing core development where turbines are 110 metres high. Then it goes on, there may be some scope to increase the heights of turbines up to around 150 metres high within some existing developments located further into the centre of the Kintyre Peninsula, particularly if they are partially contained by landform. The northern part of the Kintyre Peninsula is particularly sensitive to very large turbines due to the landscape and visual effects likely to occur on Arran and Gia and surrounding seascapes. Now, if we could just ignore references to Arran.
Yes.
If we do that, could we see at least that those observations made at that part of the LWEX are apposite for the current application?
Partially, in the sense that if we look at the first bullet point and you look at the reference to building small-scale fields and individual trees, I've already suggested that we don't have an unfavourable comparison in that respect. And indeed, when we come to look at increased visual intrusion on roads and settlement within the coastal loch fringes, so this is on Kintyre, I take it to mean that, then we have only marginal increases in potential visibility. So again, for example, viewpoint 11, viewpoint 12, we don't see very much of the wind farm at all, as I've already explained. So I think in that sense, we're compliant. And then if you look at the second bullet point, it actually reinforces some of what I've been saying, because it suggests there is scope to increase the heights of turbines, and okay, that is then referenced at 150 because of the containment by landform, which I've already highlighted, and I think the 150 is to some extent arbitrary, and the real test here is surely whether those larger turbines can be accommodated, not whether they're bigger than other wind farms, or whether they're over certain height, which happens to be 150 in this point.
Yeah, something we touched on earlier, of course. Your main point is that despite the increased turbine height up to 200 meters for this development, that doesn't necessarily mean that the impacts or the effects are unacceptable. They simply then go into the upper regions of moderate impact, which are acceptable.
Yes.
But obviously, as I said to you at the time when you made that point earlier, that the LWIA study is basically, it starts by, it is based upon, the index of it is basically in relation to heights of turbines, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So if we look at those bullet points, then we discuss those, and you say 150 meters is taken arbitrarily, but it still remains the case after really quite an extensive study by some very experienced authors. The conclusion that is reached, and indeed replicated within your own statement, is found at that second bullet point I referred you to, that sorry, what is said below those, in fact, below those is that under the paragraph where it says the key differences. And then at the very end of that, it says, it is concluded that turbines over 150 meters high to blade tip be too large to accommodate in landscape and visual terms anywhere in Argyll and Bute. Now, that does appear to be quite clear, absolute, unambiguous in its terms, and I wouldn't suggest taken arbitrarily. But it does appear, whatever you say about those other bullet points, it does appear from those bullet points and that particular statement at the end that this proposal finds no favour with LWIA, does it?
It doesn't, which makes it all the more difficult to understand why Argyll and Bute Council don't have any objection to the turbines at Narrackan, which are over 170 meters in height. So there's an inconsistency in that respect. But I also think it does come down to the fundamental point that through site selection, the applicant has found a location which manages to achieve accommodation of these taller turbines with relatively few, and I think I summarise in my inquiry report or precognition, with relatively few significant effects. And we all accept that large-scale wind farms will result in significant effects.
If you could then go to the complementary volume 7.4 of the LWIA.
Yes.
Volume 2, the detailed sensitivity studies.
Yes.
381 pages. And if I could ask you please to look at...
Sorry, Mr. Carroll. Could you give me a CD number for that? Thanks.
Oh, did I not do that? Sorry. 704. So 703 is the volume 1, 704 is volume 2. And volume 2 is the detailed sensitivity assessment reports.
Thank you, I have that.
And this part of the report that goes into greater detail, apart from the points of principle mentioned in the volume 1, the overall assessment, we then have further detail. And at page 52, we have discussion of the host LCT, which is landscape character type 6. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, we've got quite a lot of text in columns there. And I presume that you've read these yourself at other times. So
I have, and I provide a commentary, I think, in my inquiry report on the extent to which Clachaig Glen complies with those criteria that are mentioned in the text.
Okay, well, perhaps we can just be quite quick then, but if I could just then observe with you, please. We see in the second column, we're looking at very large typology assessment, but back in those days, over 130 meters was very large. And
it was 130 up to 200, wasn't it? I think was the definition of. It does say that halfway down the text, down the paragraph. Actually, it could comprise turbines around 200 meters high. Yeah,
it's not to say it was ever contemplated that turbines as high as 200 meters would ever be accommodated in this landscape, though, does it?
I don't know. It's difficult to. It's referenced. 200 is referenced.
Anyway, going back to the question, we can see in that second column that the very large typology assessment, that is ones over 130 meters, is judged over 130 to be high sensitivity in relation to that. You see that?
Yes. Yeah.
And then underneath that, though, we have references underneath that to, in that column, explaining that of there being a risk of reference to domination of the LCT by such turbines.
I think the way in which I interpret this is that in the left-hand column, when you look at the title in bold under topic and summary description, the text it says landscape context, and the very large typology column, which is the one you took me to a minute ago, is referring to the landscape context. And it's actually, when you read it, it's not relating to LCT6. It's relating predominantly to the potential for turbines to dominate the other smaller scale LCTs that I mentioned there. So, excuse me, the Rocky Mosaic and the Hidden Glens, for example. And that's the one thing. Excuse me. That's the one thing that we don't do, and I don't think the council suggested that we do.
I'm sorry, Mr. Weir. I think perhaps the correct interpretation is that typology of wind turbines in excess of 130 meters in LCT6 would have the effect of dominating the small-scale Rocky Mosaic and Hidden Glens.
But that isn't the case in this particular application, though. I think the ZTVs and the information that we provided is the evidence, as it was in 2019, when I think the same argument was made by the council. And in that respect, I think we comply. Council hasn't challenged our conclusions on the Rocky Mosaic or Hidden Glens or any of those smaller LCTs where we say there is no significant effect.
Granted, but anyway, I don't wish to repeat myself. If we look at the visual amenity,
yes,
point about that. under visual amenity, we've got, that's at page 55.
Yes.
Then we also then have a clear indication of high sensitivity for large typology turbines, and that is to say, ones in excess of 130 meters. Is that correct?
I think I'm seeing a reference to greater than 150, very large
Yeah,
turbines, halfway down, yes. Mhm.
see that very large turbines, and particularly turbines greater than 150, could be considerably more prominent and incur cumulative effects on views from settlement footpaths and so on.
Yes.
But basically, again, looking at these matters specifically, it's when we're dealing with turbines that are 130, 150 or greater, they are identified as being ones that would dominate and result in very high sensitivity in this particular LCT. That's correct, isn't it?
I don't think there's a definite conclusion that they would dominate. I think the wording there, the 150 meters, for example, could be considerably more prominent.
It could, because, well, yes, as we know, this is a capacity study. That's in the statement of agreed matters. We know that, so it doesn't relate to specific proposals. But the proposition I put to you is correct, though. That's what the guidance says, and it doesn't countenance proposals of this size, this height, being accommodated within LCT 6, does it?
No, and I think we established in 2019 that the individual proposals need to be looked at from point of view of an assessment of their actual effects, whereas LWEX is providing guidance, sensitivity guidance in the broadest sense, but that can't be it's not a substitute for a full LVIA.
Thank you. But again, that's somewhat what we've just looked at now in some slightly greater detail undermines what you say at 223 of your recognition, in fact. In point 6, 223, I'll read it out because it's a short statement.
Yes.
The proposed development substantially meets the criteria for mitigating effects on landscape character and visual amenity and avoids the type of effects anticipated for LWEX for the very large typology. Well, Mr. Weir, I have to suggest to you, it does not do that at all, does it?
Well, the reason I say that in my precognition is that in my inquiry report at 255, I provide an analysis of the way in which, in my opinion, the development doesn't contradict any of the criteria that are listed under those headings on the left-hand side. So context, scale, landform, pattern, built environment, perceptual qualities, visual amenity, amongst other things. I give a commentary on that and explain why landscape values is the final one. Why I think actually when you analyse it, we are substantially compliant with LWEX.
Well, we'll have to go back to page 52 then of 7.4. I'd hope to move on from it, but simply not supported by what's stated there, Mr. Weir. We go back to page 52, production core document 7.4, section I was at. And there are a number of different parts of that statement that this proposal offends against. We've referred already to dominating the more settled and small-scale rocky mosaic and hidden glens. We've referred to that. But particularly, though, because this proposal is located close to the outer edge of the upland area, which it is, isn't it?
It's not centrally. It's not on the central spine. One of the reasons for that is that if it were to be on the central spine, we would most likely result in significant effects on national designations such as Arran, wildland, etc., scenic area. So it is offset. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, and then another part of that it offends against is it says development in the northern part of the Kintyre Peninsula, that is north of Ben Breck, would be likely to have greater effects on gear and surrounding seascapes. That's also true, isn't it?
I'm not sure what the significance of Ben Breck is, but yes, the scheme is north of it, and we've identified there are significant effects on LCT6 and on viewpoints, obviously.
And then also it mentions the cumulative effects with operational consented wind farms already cited within this LCT are a key constraint. That's also correct, isn't it?
So are you're referring to LWEX here at this point, are you? I seem to have got a large number of documents open now and getting slightly.
I was referring to LWEX. I took it back to page 52 because you told me again that you considered you complied with it. So I had to take you back to it because what I'm suggesting to you is you clearly do not. This proposal, rather, clearly does not.
Let me go back to the LWEX document if I can find it.
Could I make a small suggestion?
Yes.
I think if you have your inquiry report recognition and CD4, CD3, 7.3 and 7.4 being referred to now, perhaps you could close some of your other files and it would help you get to these documents faster, Mr. Weir.
Yes, I think what I might do is close them all actually, because I've now got quite a large number open. So just bear with me a second. I'll close them and I'll open my precognition, the inquiry report, LWEX, and
CD 7.3 and 7.4. We're on 7.4, page 52.
Okay.
I think also helpfully, Mr. O'Carroll, Mr. Fraser, when you're doing your cross-examination, when you're finished with the document, you could tell us and then we can close it from our system. Thank you.
Let's just open my two documents. I've now only got 4 documents open, so
you're 52 of 7.4. You're page 52 of 7.4.
Yes.
Okay, so we've discussed some of the earlier parts of it. I'm trying to make some progress here. I'm regretting having to go through this again with you, but I feel I have to. But I'm trying to be as brief as I can, however. Now, we've made mention of Ben Breck, and you'll see that about halfway down, 2/3 of the way down that. So we've discussed that. We don't need to go into it again. And then underneath that, we've got cumulative effects with operation consented wind farms are a key constraint. So that's also correct, isn't it? They are a key constraint.
They're a consideration. I'm not sure it's a constraint. We have a consent for a wind farm in this very location, ignoring size differences.
Well, it's a statement within the LWEX, and you say that you comply with it, but you don't, because it says it's key constraint, and you disagree with that, so you don't comply with it, do you?
Well, when I say we comply with it, I'm talking about we comply with the fact that we aren't impacting the rocky mosaic and hidden glens,
okay,
which is the landscape context, which is the basis of that particular part of LWEX.
Thank you. And and underneath that, scale, turbines greater than 150 meters, particularly towards 200 meters high, would likely appear overly large in relation to the relief of the lower northern part of this upland plateau. Turbines of this size would also dominate the scale of the smaller hills and narrow glens on the fringes of the landscape. So again, it's contraindicated in this guidance, what is proposed, isn't it?
Sorry, that is what you mean by contraindicated.
This guidance does not favour what is proposed by your clients.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't favour it at all. What it does, though, is set out a number of tests that any larger scale turbine or wind farm would have to pass. That's how I read it, and that's essentially what I refer to in my inquiry report at 255.
Thank you. So if I could then just put it nice and bluntly, you say there are tests, but then you say you pass them. But what I'm suggesting to you is it does nothing of the sort. You do not pass those tests.
Well, we have a difference of opinion in that respect. And
yes, okay, thank you. 2.5.5 of your inquiry report, you state that the turbines do not, in fact, dominate the smaller hills and narrow glens, and you just told us that as well.
Yes.
And just so that we're clear on this, could I ask you to go to core document 1.46?
1.46.
Which is then, we have helpfully there the APQ set out. We'll come back to this later. We will come back to this later. So you might as well keep it open. Then
Yes.
the second figure shows the LWEX study area.
Yes.
And so we see the location there of 20, which we can see from the key is the rocky mosaic by the
Yes.
on the west side of the peninsula.
Yes.
And you say then that given the proximity that you have of the turbine heights suggested in this proposal, that it wouldn't have the dominating effect on that LCT, the rocky mosaic. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. On the basis that it was found not to have that in 2019, and as I've explained, the ZTV between the two is remarkably similar. So there isn't any intervisibility. The scheme isn't in LCT 20.
Right.
It can only influence it visually, and my point is it doesn't to any significant effect.
And would you be also including the west-facing slopes of Kintyre?
West-facing slopes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, do you mean the west-facing slopes of LCT 6, or are you drawing a distinction? Because the west-facing slopes cover the rocky mosaic. Maybe see LCT 19 as well as LCT 6.
Yeah. Is what you're saying also true of those LCTs?
It's true of 20. It's true of 19. We accept there's a localized significant effect within LCT 6, and that's a matter of agreement between us, I understand.
Okay, and if you could then go to viewpoint 15, please, final part of this chapter, if you don't mind. Viewpoint 15, which is 936.
Yes.
If I could ask you to go to the photo montage at the end.
Yes.
So obviously we've looked at this already, but in a different location.
Yes.
So I asked you about dominating effect on LCT 20, rocky mosaic. I asked you about the west-facing slopes. So what we're looking at there is the photo montage of viewpoint 15 from the recreational watercraft. And we can see the turbines there. Is it your position, in light of that photo montage, it doesn't have that effect that we've described at that particular location?
It's certainly the case that LCT 20 occupies some of the lower slopes. But I think the question is, or the answer rather, is that when you are on the lower slopes, are you seeing the wind farm to the same extent that you're seeing it from within the sea? Where obviously you're in a lower elevation and you've got a direct view. And again, it's a matter of perception, isn't it? From within the LCT, we could look at the ZTV, which usefully might shed some light on whether there is extensive visibility from within LCT 20 in relation to that that
Well, Mr.
part of
Weir,
Kintyre. Yes.
or Mr. Weir, what we also could do is look at viewpoints 8, 9, and 10 as well as 15, and they would tell the same story, wouldn't they? They would show the dominating effect of these proposed turbines on the LCT 2019 on the west facing slopes of Kintyre.
These are visual effects. They're not the same as landscape effects on the character of the LCT. And if we were to move into, so if we were to look at one of the viewpoints, which is within or immediately adjacent to the LCT, so I would suggest if we were to look at, bear with me and I'll give an example, one of the other viewpoints. So if we were to look at viewpoint 17, for example, or perhaps viewpoint 18, then I think you'd see a different situation in relation to perception of the wind farm from within the areas that you're talking about. Because at the moment, what we're doing is we're looking at an external view and drawing a conclusion on how that influences an actual view from within the LCT. And I'm not sure that is well, it isn't the correct way to think about it. I think it's a visual impact at that point, not an impact on landscape character. So if we look at viewpoint 18, for example, which is
Sorry, Mr. Weir.
Yes,
Mr. Weir, I'm just going to interrupt here. I'm looking at the council's stated reasons for objection, and I'm trying to understand this line of arguments in terms of looking at LCT 20. So, Mr. Carroll, if you could rephrase your questioning or bring it to a succinct close and move on.
Well, actually, that was my final question, was just drawing Mr. Weir's attention to viewpoint 15. I was then going to move on. Then Mr. Weir then wanted to look at other things. But I'm happy to stop there. And actually with that then, it would be now, I've finished with the LWEX, so we can close 7.4, 7.3, close viewpoint 15 for now, I think, might come back to it. And hopefully that frees up a bit of space.
yes, that's fine.
Okay, I'm now coming on to the question of seascape. And if I could ask you to look at your inquiry report, and again, as you identified in your evidence in chief, the question is of the seascape character units adopted, and that's covered by your inquiry report at 6.2.9. And you refer there to core document 01.075, table 12. Now, if we could have that in front of us, please.
Right, I'm just getting to that. I think it's page. Sorry, would you mind giving me the paragraph reference again?
Certainly. Your paragraph 629.
629, yes. Mm-hmm.
The document is CV 01.075.
Yes, I'll open that.
Table 12. Table 12 is at page 78 of 151.
78. Yes. 78 of. Table, oh yes, table 12. Yes, I've got that.
Yeah, which is what you referred to in your inquiry report.
Yes.
That's where you describe the effects on the West Kintyre, Southeast Jura, and Southeast Isla SCU,
Yes.
which you determine to be medium landscape sensitivity, magnitude of effect in operation to be low, and significance of effect to be minor, not significant in operation.
Yes, that's on the SCU. Yes.
We can find all of that by looking at table 12. Those are your conclusions.
Yes.
Now, but I ask you then now also to look at core document 1219. That is the SNH Commissioned Report 103, an assessment of sensitivity and capacity of the Scottish seascape in relation to wind farms.
Yes, I've got that.
Now, if you look at area 24, which is, if you look at chapter 3, area 24, which is page 101 electronically, page 93. Electronically, 93 of the actual document.
The methodology that I've got open is only have 50 pages. That's the
12.019.
ED 12.0. Yeah.
Which is a 201 page document.
Sorry, it might help. There's 3 parts to this. There's methodology, results, and then summary of findings.
Right. So do we know which section it is in?
If you're looking at it electronically, Mr. Weir, if you just can put in 101 of 201 and you'll get to where I am.
I've got 3 separate documents for this report, actually.
See.
Not one.
Well, area 24, does that help you?
Let's see if the numbering. So the page was 52, was it?
93.
Page 93. Okay, so that's in the final document that I've got, probably. Area 24, I've got that.
Thank you. Now, for the benefit of the inquiry, we can see from area 24, the map there, we can see the extent of area 24 and what it encompasses. Yeah, see that?
Yes.
The evidence in chief, you seem to, at least as I picked up your evidence, I might be wrong, but you seem to consider that there was an element of criticism by using document related to offshore wind developments rather than onshore, and that was wrong in some way. But that's not the source of the criticism that's being made. I'll get to what it is in a moment, but that's not it. So this is the character unit you have assessed this development in relation to. Now, I hesitate to do this, but I wanted just to go back to the introductory paragraph, which in my copy is page 3, 201, 3, which is a summary.
Yes, I've got that.
Good. So, assessment sensitivity and capacity in relation to offshore wind farms. And then you can see that underneath the heading, third heading on the page, limitations.
Yes.
It says that the study is strategic and should be used at that level. Do you have that?
I do, yes.
Specific wind farm developments proposals will require detailed environmental assessment.
Yes.
Okay. So does your approach accord with the guidance on seascape assessment? So just to enlarge on that question, if you could go to core document 1218, please. 1218. This is
Yes.
the guidance, so the shorter guidance note, 27 pages.
Yes.
Guidance note, coastal character assessments.
Yes.
And if you look at page 6 of 27,
Yes.
and it's headed up at the bottom of the page, a scale fit for purpose. And let me just quickly read out parts of 36, 37, 38. Scale fit for purpose. The purpose of the coastal character will influence the scale and scope of the assessment. And paragraph 37, in the fourth line up from the bottom of the end of that paragraph, it says near-shore aquaculture renewable energy devices are more likely to require a detailed level of characterization in the form of local coastal character areas. And underneath that, it says, in contrast, regional coastal character areas would be more appropriate for the assessment of offshore wind farm developments located beyond approximately 12 nautical miles from shore, where visibility from the coast may be more extensive. Now, we're obviously not dealing with an offshore installation, but the point is this: I think you yourself referred to the LCU adopted by you as being regional, and I would suggest that if that's what you said, that would be correct. But do we see guidance here that is clear that when we're dealing with assessment of something that is near shore or renewable energy, that what should be adopted is a local coastal character area, as in a smaller scale appropriate to the matter being examined and studied? Is that correct?
I don't think it is correct in the sense that we're not near shore, because the guidance 103 that you refer me to is for renewable energy on or in the sea, effectively. So what we've done is take a regional. I'm not happy using that word. A regional character unit or area, which is entirely the same approach that, as I mentioned before, we adopted for the onshore landscape character analysis and assessment in relation to, for example, LCT6, which is as extensive or very extensive, and we haven't subdivided that, and we haven't done that for the seascape area either.
No, that's right. So this is the point of the difficulty or the criticism that might be levelled at you. Certainly is by Argyll Council, is that what we have, the main point that I would emphasise with regard to Section 1218 guidance is that it says scale fit for purpose. And I think we're getting a running theme here, because what you have here is we require a scale for measurement that's appropriate for the purpose to which it is being put. And you have not adopted a local coastal character area as your point of study, and have instead preferred to base your assessment on the equivalent of a regional coastal character area. So I think it's fair to say that that's what you've done. But what I suggest to you, Mr. Weir, is that as a consequence, your approach in so doing has led to a dilution of the local effects in order to arrive at the conclusion which you wish, that they are below significant. And you've done so by increasing the extent of your chosen receptor. It's quite self-evident, is it not? If you choose a very, very large and expansive study area, that any development is more likely to have a minimal or smaller, lower level of effect, wider the study area chosen. Is that not a matter of effect and what, in fact, you have done?
That is correct. And the converse applies as well, of course, that the smaller area that we choose, the more likelihood of a greater significant effect. Absolutely. And therefore, it's a matter of balance and judgment on what is appropriate, and particularly in relation to the potential nature of the effect, and that we say, as I mentioned a minute ago, what we've done is analogous with the same approach that has been adopted for the land-based character types, which are using published LCTs, and no one has at any stage suggested that we should break that down into a smaller scale characterization.
Well, again, it's a question of the scale fit for purpose, and you're quite right. There is a balance to be chosen, a balance to be used, but at the end of the day, the appropriate scale should be used. We can agree on that, can we not?
Yes.
Could you look, please, then at Mr. Wimble's inquiry report, production core document 10007. And if you go, please, to his section dealing with this matter at 5.23.
5.23.
Now, obviously, I'm not going to read it all out, but this is where he deals with it, and it's more by reference for the benefit of the reporter. I'm referring to paragraphs 523 to 559, and I take it you've had a chance to look at this.
I have.
But what I will do then is I will jump to the conclusion with regards to the approach taken by him in relation to the appropriate character assessment unit to be adopted. And at 554, which is at page 27 of that document.
Yes.
The proposed turbines would appear in the same views as the baseline farms on Kintyre, extending the skyline effects and being on a much larger scale, contrasting with the existing baseline, but more widely visible. The additional cumulative effect would be medium and the overall effect would be moderate and significant. So when he arrives at that conclusion, which is different to yours, which assesses the effect to be greater, moderate, and therefore significant, whereas you find it not to be significant, what he's done in relation to arrive at that conclusion is far more considered, is it not? Because he's then described the correct unit to be applied for the study area, and then he's applied an analysis to that to arrive at an appropriate conclusion, which we have there. That's in contrast to yourself, isn't it? And that's the reason why there's a contrast in outcome.
We differ in this respect, as I've explained, and I did in my evidence in chief. I think there are other things which come into play, and I think Mr. Wimble conflates visual impact with impacts on seascape, and relies very heavily on intervisibility as the key element that results in a significant effect. And to the extent that it could be considered a significant effect, it is localized with, and in that respect, similar to where we ended up with LCT 6. But I don't consider it a significant effect for the reasons I set out.
Right. Also, in your own paragraph of your own inquiry report, which I took you to, just to remind ourselves, which was at 629. Yeah, it was 629 I was at.
629, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was taking you to in order to provide a focus point of my questions. You make reference there to the turbines that are already on gear, and also you mention it elsewhere as well. Yes, already influenced by turbines on gear. Now, can we agree that the turbines on gear are very few in number, a small cluster, are much smaller in height, given that they are 43.5 meters and 54 meters to blade tip?
That's correct, but they're also much closer to the actual sound of gear seascape, aren't they? And they also actually don't, they dwarf the landform which they sit within, and therefore there's a clear difference between those turbines, even though they're smaller than the turbines of Clachaig Glen.
We could then, what I suggest to you, Mr. Weir, is that their influence is very much smaller than the proposed turbines would have over the sound of gear and the Isle of Gear. And to underscore that comment for your evidence, please, could I also ask you to look at viewpoint 15 again, the very first image. Viewpoint 15, to remind ourselves, is 936. And the very first image we can see in that viewpoint 15.2, panel 1 of 3, we can see there the gear turbines, Lean Farm in that. So the question then remains, sort of what I put to you for your comment is that very much smaller, very much more limited impact, influence on the gear landscape and seascape, and certainly nothing like as much as the influence of the turbines now proposed.
So, sorry, Mr. O'Callaghan, again, I feel like you're telling me rather than asking a question of the witness.
I was putting it to Mr. Weir for his comment. So what I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Weir, for your comment, is that when we look at that, knowing the heights of the turbines being 43.5 meters to 54 meters, assisted as we are by the first frame in that viewpoint, we can see that there is very limited effect on the sound of gear and L gear than you're suggesting. Isn't that correct?
I think there's obviously we're quite some distance from the turbines and from gear at that point, and we're talking about landscape character here, so it's the entirety of the unit that Mr. Wimble considers, which the sound of gear. They do influence the sound of gear. We don't suggest that that is an influence which is significant, but that it is a factor which is relevant, given that we're talking about visibility of turbines, albeit at different scales. But scale is relative, as we saw with Ben and Turk viewpoint 19, and they're much closer to the seascape than we would be. But it is clear from viewpoint 15, for example, that our turbines are more visible. It's whether that is translating into an effect on seascape character that is significant.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. So I'm moving on to the APQ, my next topic area. If you asked me to indicate if there might be a suitable point, and this might be it, if that's all right.
Yes, I think at this point as well, or when we return, Mr. O'Carroll, maybe you can have a think about the remaining questions you have for the witness and how long you may require. We can discuss that when you get back. So if we come back, it's 10 to 3 now. Can we say 3:05? Does that get everybody sufficient time? Okay, 3:05. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
right, welcome back, everyone. Is Mr. Weir there? Yes. Okay, thank you. So, Mr. O'Carroll, could you just, what I'm going to ask everybody very briefly is how much longer, as an estimate, you think you might need in Cross?
Well, me, preferably, I will, at the current rate of progress, for an hour and a half.
Okay, for myself, I would think maybe, well, 10, 15 minutes, maybe 20 max, for my own questions, depending on Mr. Weir's responses. Mr. Fraser, in terms of re-examination, any idea at this stage how long you might need?
Yes, at the moment, sir, I would hope it's within 10 to 15 minutes. It obviously takes, it depends a little bit on how quickly we get documents up and on how Mr. Weir answers, but I would expect about 10 to 15 minutes at the moment. Clearly, that doesn't take into account anything that might happen in the next hour and a bit or whatever.
Yes.
Okay, well, on that basis, we're looking at a just after 5 o'clock finish, potentially on to 5:30. Is everybody comfortable that's a reasonable time to finish today?
Yes.
I am anxious we don't go too far for two reasons, really. One, obviously, my witness has been going all day, sir. And I think the danger always is, particularly at the end, after a long cross-examination, the witness needs to be just as alert as at the beginning. And secondly, we spent a long time, yet we really went over time yesterday. So certainly, if I'm not trying to put it on as any pressure, but I think if Mr. O'Carroll hasn't finished by 4:30, we're not going to finish today, I think, in a realistic time.
Yes. Well, at 4:30, we'll take another mini conference on this. Mr. Weir, with that in mind, if you can try and be as succinct as possible in giving your answers, and if you've given a similar answer before, you can just say that you've answered that before.
Yes.
And similarly, Mr. O'Carroll, if you're able to focus in on the questions at hand, that would be appreciated.
Certainly, sir. With regard to the documents, you can close all of the documents that you've had so far, with the exception of core document 146, which I need to keep open. Obviously, you can close down all the LWEX documents. And the other document that I'll be looking at is core document 6002. And then I'll be looking at the viewpoints and 1221 again. But with the exception of those, you can close them down, clear your screens.
Okay, I'll open those documents as and when you instruct me to.
In terms of your inquiry report, your section on APQs, local landscape areas, starts at page 19 at section 4, which I'll also be taking you to. Now, just to orientate ourselves then, the APQs can be found at core document 146, so we just have a quick look at that. I said I'd be coming back to it, and here we are. Very first figure, 7.4b. We can see the APQs in question, and the main focus is the one at 15, which is the, I'll get my numbers right, expand that, 18, which is the West Kintyre Coastal APQ. Okay?
Yes.
At paragraph 4.1.6 to 7 of your inquiry report, you state that the APQ is largely based on westward views per the 2019 report. See that?
Yeah. Yes.
If I could ask you to look at production core document 6002, or the full quote from that, so 6002. And I would like to get you to paragraph 3.173, which is electronically page 61 of 136. Or 60 of 136. It's also that on the actual PDF.
I've got that, yes.
So it's the bottom of page 60.
Yes.
Based on scenic quality. Just check I've got this from 3173. Yeah, sorry, it's at the top of that page. Based on the evidence before us, an observations field, West Kintyre panoramic quality is a landscape designation based on the scenic quality of the landscape, designated landscape, what can be viewed from it, in particular out to the islands in the west. The designation does not follow landscape character type boundaries, but has a clear relationship with the coast and scenic views out over Gia and towards Isla and Jura. So, Mr. Weir, does it imply that the area itself, with its sandy beaches, for example, woodlands, fields, and other features, also has a role to play in the designation of the APQ?
I don't take that from what was discussed previously or what you just read out. I think the key here is the title. It's an area of panoramic quality, and that primarily relates to, perhaps not exclusively, but that primarily relates to scenic views over Gia and towards Isla and Jura, as it states.
Well, it states based on the scenic quality of the designated landscape and what can be viewed from it.
Yes, I think that's an interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure that that's the interpretation that we that they go on to adopt in terms of the scenic quality of the designated landscape. It does appear to indicate that the APQ itself is a scenic landscape. Yeah, I can see that is an interpretation of that.
Yeah, thank you. And at 3174,
yes,
it says, if you note about 2/3 of the way down, what it says there in 2019 is, in views from Gia, the turbines would not dominate the landscape of the designated area. The visible parts of the turbines are set back behind the edge hills, as shown in photo montages for viewpoints 12, 14, and 15.
Yes.
Now, again, if we look firstly at the ZTV at CD 01041, we look at that, we can see that the visibility extends to the edges of the site, approximately 2 to 3 kilometers from the center of the application site, as far as viewpoint 16. Do we see that?
Let me just see if I'm struggling to locate 041. Had this open before, though, haven't we? Perhaps it's reordered where they are. 041. You might have to go onto the website to look at that, unless someone is able to share their screen, which might be quicker. I'm not sure. Is this a drawing we've referred to previously?
We have. It's the ZTV, which you have.
Yeah, there are multiple ZTVs, aren't there? There are several versions of that. I'm not seeing 041 in my
That's it.
list.
It's been shared for you now.
Right, can you see that there?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very adept, might say so. And we can see that the extension of the visibility goes to the edges of the coast, and we can see that it's approximately just looking at the map there, approximately 2 to 3 kilometers from the center of the application site, all the way down to viewpoint 16.
Yes.
Thank you. Then, if we could then go back again to the comparisons 12-21, which I'll be very quick with. And looking at 12 and 14, as referred to by the reporter in that decision, as in the original 12 and 14.
Sorry, when you say 12-21, that is the reporter's decision, is it, from 2019?
No, that's the comparisons. 12-21 is the
Okay, so 12-21, I'll open that then. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
So we've got references by the reporters to 12, 14, and 15. We've got 12 and 14 from the original report. We've got comments there about being set back behind the edge hills, as shown in the photo montages provided to the reporter. I'm now taking you to what we have there.
Yes.
You then go to page 17 of 25.
Yes.
Which is the original 12. And we can see the consented there, which we've already looked at. And then if we look at proposed above it, we can see those turbines clearly visible as you accepted before. And then if we then go to the original 14, which is at page 16 of 25.
Before we leave that, could I perhaps just comment that they're clearly set back behind the intervening hills?
Well, you've preempted my question, but we'll go to 1625 and then you could say that.
16.
16 of 25, which is the original viewpoint 14.
Yes.
Here.
Yes.
And then we see the proposed one. And then we can see the turbines more visible, what is now viewpoint 9, previously 14 referred to by the reporters originally. So you preempted my question, but what I was going to suggest to you is that can we see that behind that what the reporters said in 2019 was accurate, saying that the visible parts of the turbines are set back behind the edge hills showed in the photo montages. But that's no longer the case. They're no longer set back behind the edge hills, and the full rotors and hubs are now clearly visible.
I don't agree with that. They're in the same location. They're behind the intervening landform, which I've already talked about, but they are more prominent.
Thank you. I'm now moving on to another topic, nighttime visibility. At 5.4.1 of your inquiry report, you state that there are multiple reasons why effects from lighting do not increase the overall magnitude of visible effects from the proposed development beyond the moderate effects explained in the EIAR.
Yes.
Okay, 5.4. And there are 3 matters of fact I wonder if we can agree with first before I move on to my substantive questions.
Yes.
Now, if you go to core document 907, which is the cumulative plan.
Yes.
Also reproduced in the EIA main report, but just to remind you of the cumulative picture with regard to operational schemes included in the cumulative assessment. So operational and built, but obviously they have to be built before they're operational. So at present, none of them require aircraft lighting. Is that correct?
Well, Okudadui, which is built, does have lighting on it. I don't know whether that's for aircraft. I assume it must be. So no, I don't agree with that.
Okay, thank you. You agree with that, except insofar as you point out that Okudadui has some lighting on it.
Correct. Yes. Well, Ben and Turk 4. I'm not sure the status of it in terms of whether it is built, and or Tangi 4 rather. I think I'm referring to. I'm not sure that whether there is lighting on that or not actually. But certainly Okudui I know is lit.
Now, another point of fact I'd like to suggest to you and see if you can agree with this. Do you agree that this is an environment with a very limited amount of artificial lighting and has largely dark skies?
I agree with that. I say as much in my evidence.
Thank you. Do you also agree that there are 2 dark sky discovery sites associated with Kintyre, one at Portmore on the north end of Gia and the other at the Batikan Hotel south of Glen Bar?
I'm not familiar with the second one, but I'm aware of the first one.
Are you willing to accept the second one exists?
Yes, if you say it does.
Thank you. It's also for your reference, sir, referred to in the inquiry report for the council at paragraph 7.18. Those 2 locations for the dark sky discovery sites on Kintyre. Thank you. Then moving on then with that established, if we go to paragraph 5.4.4 A to C of your inquiry report.
5.4. Yes.
Point A to C. Now, you discuss various mitigation measures that can be taken for aircraft lighting. There we have dimmable lights and also vertical angle intensity reduction.
Yes.
Can I ask you, Mr. Weir, if you are aware of, have you seen in action any operational wind farm which employs both of forms of those mitigation measures, namely dimmable lighting and vertical angle intensity reduction?
I'm not aware of any, and I understand that obviously with the move towards larger turbines, this is an evolving area of health and safety. I have looked at the closest equivalent that currently exists within Scotland, which is Crossdykes wind farm near to Lockerbie, and I've been and had a look at that.
Thank you. 5.4.4D. That's over at page 27 of your
Yes.
inquiry report. In midsummer, when people are typically more active outside, period of use of lighting was significantly less than midwinter. And now, does this paragraph highlight the need? It highlights the reduced lighting in summer when people are most likely to be outside. Is that right?
That's the point being made. Yes.
Yeah. But would you agree then that this does not reduce the magnitude or significance of effect, simply the period over which it is experienced?
The period over which it is experienced is a contributing factor to magnitude. It's one of the things that makes up magnitude of effect. So, purely in terms of common sense, it would be odd, wouldn't it, if something was experienced for a matter of an hour, if we gave that the same weight in terms of contributing to magnitude of visual effect as something which was permanent, for example.
Can you also agree that the residents of the area may appreciate the dark skies as indicated by the dark sky discovery sites on Gia and Kintyre?
Well, 2 points on that. One, it's not a designated dark sky area, although I accept that dark skies would be part of the experience of being on Gia or at the other site you mentioned. But secondly, if you look at Portmore, it's at the north end of the island. There are 2 boards which are explanation boards inviting people to look to the north and to the south, but not to the east. And to the extent that the lights on the turbines would harm the ability to enjoy the dark skies, my conclusion is that it would be very limited. You could still appreciate the dark skies from both of those locations, and clearly I've said lighting is undesirable. It's a dark context, but it's not designated, and that is the conclusion that we reach, and I think that's proportionate to the lighting that's applicable.
Before we get on to my next question, I'm informed that Tangi 4 has not been built. Are you willing to accept that?
Yes.
Thank you. The point I want to get to next is 5.4.5 to 6 of your inquiry report, the last two paragraphs under the section with regard to aircraft lighting. Can we agree that aircraft lighting does not increase the magnitude of effects, but it does increase the period over which effects are experienced, but also has a different type of effect which is not there in the daytime?
It is a different type of effect, but it's also occurring in a different context. So, for example, appreciation of landscape character at night is clearly very different to anything you might experience in the day, and same with visual expectations of enjoyment of visual amenity differ between day and night. But your basic point is correct. There is an extension of an effect.
Yes, thank you. And then another stark difference, quite apart from the turbine height, and obviously the turbine height necessitates the lighting, but one other stark difference between the consented and proposed scheme is that the visual effects of the proposed scheme, in contrast to the consented one, has this additional type of visual effect, does it not?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I next would like to go on to another topic, which is where you deal with the Argyll and Bute Council objection, which is just following on from where we left off the last part of your inquiry report.
Yes.
Section 6.2. At 6.21, you deal with points A to C of the objection and state by reference to MPF 4 that if the scheme was acceptable in 2019, then it should be again, given the increased electricity output, hence benefits. To see where you say that at 6.2.1.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I do.
Benefits in brackets. Now, you're not a planner, though, are you?
No, I'm not.
And
so that is something in the planning balance, isn't it? Yes.
Yes, there's a planning balance, and you're here to provide landscape and visual evidence. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
So, are you perhaps then stepping over the line between advocating the position you would like for your clients to obtain at the end of the day, rather than simply giving impartial landscape and visual evidence?
I think the policy context is one that obviously Mr. Bell has commented on and belongs in that realm. We don't use that to reduce any effects of the assessment at all.
At 623, you mentioned that the proposed development will appear larger than consented wind farm because it is relatively close to those viewpoints, and that applied in 2019. But we're talking here in viewpoints of gear, the sound of gear. But surely, I think, as we've discussed, the main point is that the turbines are very much larger than those of the existing developments. And as we've discussed, Ben and Turk has 63.5 metre heights, Duker Hill 79, Blair Hill 110. I think we've already gone over that ground, haven't we? Do you agree with that point, I think?
I make a point on proximity that the difference really is between wind farm or no wind farm in terms of appearing larger, isn't it? I think because it's in proximity, Clachaig, Glen, from the viewpoints we talked about, will always appear larger unless the turbines are a hugely reduced scale.
Yeah, if you can go to viewpoint 15 again, please. 936.
Yes.
And 15.2.
Just open it. Line 36.
Second panel.
Yes.
So the point about proximity and appearance is that we can see that although Blairy Hill and Ochotadui are a similar distance away, the Clachaig Glen turbines in that wireframe appear very much larger, but that's because of their scale.
They do appear larger. In terms of similar distance away, I would need to consider that. Have a look at the cumulative. So Ochotadui is at, well, from GEA, from the viewpoint, it's his viewpoint 15. So it's within the sea, isn't it? So yeah, broadly speaking, I would say they're similar distances.
Yeah. And yet Clachaig Glen appears much larger.
It does.
And so that's really the question, really, isn't it? It's one of appearance rather than the absolute scale.
Yeah, I think you also have to consider that this is a view from a watercraft, affecting a very small number of potential viewers in that context, and we do that because it's clearly something that is relevant. But we've got two viewpoints within the sea, and we've got two on GEA rather, which are essentially focusing very heavily on those views from the west, and I think that's a proportionate approach that we take. But it does mean that as you move around, you're going to see more or less of the turbines, and they're going to appear bigger. And that was still the case, I think, in 2019.
Do you have viewpoint SW1 in front of you again, please?
Can you tell me the core document number on that?
I will indeed. SW1 is 920.
920. Yes.
At 625 of your inquiry report, you make reference to that and talking about the question of clusters and the distances between current developments and the proposed one.
Yes.
So if we're looking at, and you were referring to separation distances before, and I didn't pick up on that at that time, but I'm doing so now. Now, if we look at the, the view down below, if we look at the scale below, and that is the aperture of the viewing down below, you can see that there's a scale down at the bottom.
Yes.
So if we then, for example, take an existing one at Coor to the left of the diagram, we can see that Coor ends at approximately 105 degrees in the view.
Yes.
You with me?
Yes.
And then the next cluster at present, well, if we just ignore Ducher and Hill because it's practically invisible, but if we then take the next clearly visible cluster of Ben and Turk, that's at approximately 143 degrees. Is that correct?
Yes.
So there's a difference of 38 degrees there.
Yes.
So looking at the cumulative view, if we have the distance between Narrachan, if it were to be consented, and Clachaig Glen, the distance then would reduce from 110 degrees to approximately 134, 135.
Yes.
So that's a difference of 24 degrees.
Yes.
So, thank you. But then on that, if those cumulative scenarios came to pass, then it would mean that with a 24-degree difference in angle of view, that the wind farms would be viewed simultaneously in the same view, or at the very least would be part of a successive view looking down the Kintyre Peninsula. Would you agree with that?
They would in that particular location. And I think if you look at what I said in relation to viewpoint 8, for example, my point there was that the orientation of the view from viewpoint 8 would place Narrachan at the periphery of the view. But yes, at this location, which is to the north of Gia, that would be less so. Although when I look at it on the screen, you tend to focus on one or the other, because even at the angle of view that you mention, well, two things really. There's a degree of separation, but I struggle to, maybe it's just me, but I struggle to see both of them clearly within the same panorama. It'd be more a question of turning your head and seeing the one and then the other, I think.
Could you open core documents 9001, please?
9001. Yes. Have I?
Well, yep, your main report. Now,
Yeah.
Paragraph 1.4.39, which is at page 11 of 15. And 1.4.40. Now, this is the cumulative
Yes.
scenario, which I appreciate includes Narrachan and Rowan, if built.
Yes.
I think it doesn't affect my question. Now, we've got there that the cumulative level of effect you described there would be moderate significant.
Yes, that's because Clachaig Glen
I
is
just need you to confirm that.
1440. Yes, we say moderate significant. Yes.
Yes, and that's at full intensity.
We're talking about lighting here. Yeah, sorry, don't think you mentioned the fact we're talking about lighting. Yes, that is at full intensity in clear conditions. Then, in conjunction with Narrachan,
Yes.
which is also lit, or would be lit.
Thank you. So,
Yes.
Moderate significant there. I'm sorry, I didn't headline that as being a lighting point. I was just going through your discussion of the objections by the council. Now, 6.2.6 of your inquiry report you state that, that is by reference to the preceding paragraph, cumulative effects with Narrachan wind farm in isolation. There's considerable overlap with Narrachan, Clachaig, Glen, and so on. So you're talking about the cumulative part, including, so it is scenario 2. Then at 6.2.6, you say, although both are partially lit, for reasons set out 5.3 of the inquiry report, the cumulative effect would not be significant. Is there a contradiction here?
I think the paragraphs you just quoted, 6.2.6, etc., are primarily related. I was going to say they're primarily related to viewpoint 8, but I can see that 625 does mention cumulative wireline SW1. So let me just look at that. So there is considerable open land between the two. I think that's correct. Well, I, as I mentioned a minute ago, I still think there is a degree to which Narrachan is peripheral. But there is clearly, I think in 626, we say that there it's not significant, whereas in the main report, it is significant. So the main report is the primary document in that case, I would suggest.
So 626 is wrong then.
Yes.
So, sorry, just for my own purposes here, we were talking about a nighttime cumulative scenario. And we appear to have jumped to a part in the inquiry report that's talking about daytime cumulative effects. Can you just clarify that, Mr. O'Carroll?
.626 is referring to lighting in the inquiry report, referring to section 5.3.
I think what I'm trying to say at 626 is that we accept there's a significant effect cumulatively in the daytime, but not at night time. I think maybe that is the distinction.
I think there might be an error in your inquiry report because you refer to section 5.3, but then you to discuss lighting, whereas lighting of your turbine starts at 5.4.
It's possible, yeah.
Anyway, so the Mr. Weir has accepted that there's a contradiction there and that the effect would be significant. And the EIAR takes precedence.
Well, I think I was slightly perhaps confused in relation to that because as the reporter has just identified, 626 is relating to daytime effects, and the other reference you gave me is essentially nighttime, where we say there is a moderate effect at night. So I'm not sure where we end up with that, to be honest.
Thank you. We'll move on. Now, 6.2.11, we've already touched on this. I said I'd come back to it. 6.2.11, viewpoints 11 and 12 don't even come close. We've discussed viewpoint 11. On one view, the EIAR says that there is a significant effect, so more than comes close. Could I ask you then to look at viewpoint 12 again, please, very briefly?
Yes. Core document reference.
Well, 1221, there's obviously different ways of doing it, but 1221 will be, if you've already got it open.
All right. 1221, yes, I've got that open.
So viewpoint 12, current viewpoint 12 of that.
Yes.
That
Pay and loan.
Pay and loan at page 19 of 25.
Yes.
So you say, so we've already discussed 11. Now, doesn't even come close to a significant effect. You've given evidence about what we use a car park for. But in that viewpoint, we of course see a full rotor. So I'm just wondering if that's perhaps a bit of an overstatement for you to say that it doesn't even come close to a significant effect when we can see a full rotor and also other tips of turbines.
Totally not. I completely disagree. If we were to adopt a position in assessing wind farms that the threshold of significance was seeing a full rotor from a car park, then I would find that extremely strange.
Okay. At 631, you spend some time making a comparison with the American proposal.
Yes. Yes.
Which the council didn't object to in principle. Were you aware of the fact that the council actually gave evidence of that inquiry, however?
No, I don't think I was.
Well, the council gave evidence of that inquiry in relation to aviation lighting and the visual effects and impacts from that. Just, you weren't aware of that, so now.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. Now, if we then go to production for document 907, which is, yes, 907 again is going back to the cumulative schemes and the assessment. I took you to this a bit earlier on.
Yes.
And just to, again, orientate ourselves with regard to where everything is, we can see Narrackan there to the northeast of the application site, and we can see that it's central within the peninsula.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And indeed, obviously then, by definition, it's further back from the coast than the proposed development. Also true. Is that correct?
Depends which coast you're talking about, doesn't it? Of course, if you mean West Coast, then I would say probably correct.
Yeah, well, it's right bang in the middle, so it's as far away as it can be from either coast. But I'm primarily concerned with the GIA angle of things, and therefore, obviously, I'm referring to the West Coast. But we agree with that, then, do you? Good, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, so. We can agree then that the issues that we've discussed in relation to views from the GIA and the sound of GIA and the effect on the seascape do not arise in relation to Narrackan, or at least not to the same degree as they do in relation to the proposed development. Can we agree on this?
No, totally not. I wouldn't agree that at all. And as I mentioned earlier, if you go to the viewpoint, I think it's viewpoint 21 in the Narrackan documentation, Narrackan has an effect which is very apparent on GIA and the sound of GIA. Clearly, I think it's illustrated by that viewpoint. So the particular reference would be, I think it's one that's in my recognition. Certainly, I've got it here in my evidence in chief. So if we were to look at viewpoint 21, as I said, from Craig Ban on GIA, we would see exactly what the effect of Narrackan is on GIA and the sound of GIA. So this is I haven't got the core document reference for it in front of me. Let me just open document. So the core document reference is CD 006032. If you could open that, I'll explain why I make those comments.
I think we're in danger, I think, of you repeating what it is you said in chief, Mr. Weir, and I'm anxious not to duplicate evidence.
I can't recall whether we actually looked at the image or whether I just referred to it.
Well, if you could just refer to it, please, because I'm not going to take you to it.
Okay, well, my reference would be largely what I said previously, so we can probably move on.
Yeah, thank you. But you would agree, I presume, that each application for a wind farm has to be judged on its own merits.
Of course.
So on that basis, then, is it really relevant to this inquiry, the fact that the council didn't object in principle to the Narrackan development?
Well, it is in the sense that they're directly comparable, both in terms of general height of turbines and also the fact that they're both lit.
But Narrackan
and they're both impacting the sound of GIA.
Yeah, but you're all you can say about that is that the authority didn't object. You don't know what the outcome is because it hasn't been determined yet.
No, that's correct.
It's not relevant, is it, Mr. Weir? Is it? It's not relevant.
It highlights an inconsistency in the way that the council has considered two very similar wind farms. Surely,
that's as far as it goes in your view, isn't that right, Mr. Weir?
I think that's as far as it goes.
Yeah. So, but if we were to draw a comparison, perhaps it'd be better to draw a comparison with one that has been consented. So if we were to do that, perhaps we could draw a comparison with another proposal, and we could look at where the decision was reached in relation to Glen, which has been mispronounced throughout this inquiry, but it's Glen. Now, if we look at the Glen scheme, was refused at the same time that the original Clachaig Glen was consented. If you go to core document 1214, please. You can close down 97. 1214.
1214. Yes.
That's a 139-page document.
Yes.
And if you go to page 55 of that, in paragraph 3.209.
3.209. Yes.
Yeah. So you appreciate that, albeit all proposals are dealt with on their own merits, the fact is that the two of them were dealt with at the same time, and inevitably one would draw comparisons, that being human nature. In that paragraph then, 3209, it says, the location, scale, and visibility of the wind turbines would, in our opinion, generate a high magnitude effect, while the imaging of the turbines in landscape would be a relatively simple one. The turbines would appear large in the skyline, elevated above the landform and out of scale with it. The proposal would be a focal point and dominate the skyline. Culzean turbines would be very prominent in all east-facing outlooks, including for all residents visitors to Gir. Views of the turbines would be hard to avoid on the east side of Gir and distinctly more noticeable than any of the wind farms on Kintyre. The turbines are screened only in a very limited way by the edge hills, despite being sited behind them. In our judgment, it is the height of the turbines on the site chosen that generates such negative visual outcomes for Gir. So if we then bear that in mind and then go back again to 1221, to the very, very last part of the comparative visualizations at page 24 and 25
Yes.
of that, then we can see the wireframes, Clachaig, Glen versus Culzean. We can see that, well, I would suggest a very broad similarity in terms of looking at the wireframe, in terms of the height of the turbines in the way in which they relate to the land form. And then if we were then to go further down to the final two visualizations there produced, Clachaig, Glen now, and Culzean when it was in 2019, we can see there that there is, I would suggest to you, Mr. Weir, a substantial, striking similarity between the two schemes when we look at that. So for the reasons that Culzean was refused in 2019, very similar objections arise now in light of the sheer size of the proposal and its likely effects on the residents and visitors to Gir. Is that not correct?
No, I disagree.
Shown by that.
I disagree. I think if you look at Culzean, it's 17 turbines, if I remember rightly. They spill down the landform towards the sound of Gir and Gir itself, and they're really not, to any appreciable extent, screened by the intervening landform. And I think if you look at the wire lines that you've referenced for viewpoint 8 and then viewpoint 6, I think it is, Ardmanish Bay, from Culzean, in my view, there's a clear difference, and that explains why one might be acceptable and the other might not be.
Well, suggesting to you that the considerations set out by the reporters in the text that I read you out, which when we view that in common with the visualizations we've just now seen, the considerations apply now with equal force in relation to the proposed development. Mr. Weir, I'm suggesting that to you.
I don't agree.
Don't agree. Thank you. Now, I'd like to just finish up with some other issues arising from your precognition. And these will just be minor tidying up points. At 2.3.3 of your inquiry report, just want to make absolutely clear what you're stating. 233, you're saying a number of alternative designs were considered, and you describe those as part of the design process. I just ask in general terms, do you accept that the omission of Culzean from scenario 2 in terms of cumulative assessment, does that increase the sensitivity of the landscape on a cumulative basis?
Well, we didn't consider Culzean because it's not a scheme which is assessed within the LVIA. So I haven't the same level of evidence in relation to Culzean in that point, because it's not considered in the EIA or the LVIA.
Sorry, I should have referred you to your precognition, which perhaps would make the question more focused.
Yeah.
Looking at precognition 233, which is where it was, you say, although there are increases and decreases in assessment categories relating to landscape character and designations, in part driven by the change in baseline due to Coor and Freesdale being operational, thus reducing sensitivity, and the omission of Culzean in cumulative scenario 2, the difference does not change the significance of landscape effects. So what I'm wondering is, if, albeit not stated expressly, could you now expressly state that the omission of Culzean in the cumulative scenario 2 is one such as to increase sensitivity?
In general terms, I would accept that, yes. Yes,
thank you. I'm sorry for making such heavy weather of that tiny point. Now, I'm now at your precognition, which is core document 1016. 4.1.1, you're dealing with points that you're picking up by way of rebuttal of the Council's inquiry report.
Yes.
The first one we've actually already been to with regards to scale, and I've taken you to Nature's got guidance with regards to wind farms should be of a minor vertical scale in relation to other features, and I think we discussed that, and you agreed with that as a proposition.
As a proposition, yes.
Yeah. And we've also discussed the question that we're not looking at absolute scale, but rather perception, and that will be affected by the height of turbines and the sweep of rotors. Did we agree that?
We're certainly looking at perception. That would be impacted by the height and the sweep of the rotors, yes.
Now, I think, again, in order to save time, you state that the appearance of turbines against the landform equates to approximately 1/3 of it. I'm just trying to find the reference for that. 4.1.1. Yes, 1/3 of the height or less, the same paragraph I was referring to. Now, I'm not going to take you to this because we haven't got time, but can I suggest to you that, in fact, if we were to take a scale to those viewpoints 8, 9, 10, 15, we would see that, in fact, the turbines take up more like a half of the landform. Do you agree with that?
I think it's slightly different at 15, but my perception as I look at the other locations is that they are proportionally, they appear at about 1/3. It's not absolute, obviously, but I think that's how the main point here is. I think that's how they're perceived. The main point is that they're not out of scale with the host landform that they appear within.
Okay. Perhaps a related point then. You say that they won't be perceived in the same view at paragraph 2. I think we've already discussed that in relation to viewpoints SW1 and viewpoint 8, so I won't go into that. 3, small 3, you say, does not cumulatively in a significant way. Now, the main report at core document 901, which you should still have open, at one
Yeah,
point
that's-
at page 10 of 15.
10. Yes.
So contrary to what you said there at small 3, does not add cumulatively in a significant way. At 1.4, 31 to 34. And again,
What can we just slightly slow down?
yeah.
When you say page 10, you mean
Sorry,
digital page 10? Yeah, I was on the
digital 10.
Yeah, I was on a different one. I was on the actual page 10. Okay, so
The
yes.
paragraphs I was taking you to were 1.4.31, where are discussed the viewpoints 8 and 9.
Sorry, we're in the main inquiry report, are we? I'm struggling to see that 1.4 point. I don't have all.
No, it's just a moment. AEI main report, core document 9.001.
Right, let me just open.
Page document.
Let me just go to that. And I'm not sure I'm in the right document. What else? Right, sorry. I'm now in that.
Thank you. Now, 3, I was contrasting it with what you said in your precognition. 3, you say that there would be, does not add cumulatively in a significant way. Contrasting that with what was said at 1.4, 31, 32, 33, and 34, ending up with the assessment that it would be cumulative level of effect in the scenario should be moderate, significant. Do we have another contradiction there?
This is in relation specifically to viewpoint 8. I take it. I'm just trying to assimilate quite a lot of information amongst multiple paragraphs, struggling slightly.
I think we all are getting a bit late, but
very much.
Please bear with me.
So the cumulative level of effect stated in the AEI is moderate, significant. Yes, yeah. And in my recognition, the point is that perhaps I'm saying it isn't. Is that your point?
It is the point.
Okay. Could you take me then to the bit in the recognition again? Apologies.
Page 5.
Page 5.
Small 3.
Okay, yes, I see that. Yes. So the cumulative wire lines from the east and west indicate the proposed development doesn't add cumulatively to views in a significant way. Refer to viewpoint 10 and 10.4, and also other references as well. So I'm referring specifically to perhaps those to viewpoint 10 at that point.
Yes, you are. And the thing is that the viewpoint 10, of course, is very close to the coast. So, of course, the cumulative views wouldn't be as apparent as it would be from the other viewpoints we've looked at, such as SW1. That's correct, isn't it?
SW1 was a location that was requested by Nature Scott, wasn't it, and the council. If we look at SW1 cumulatively, I can recall it. Apologies, can you just give me the reference again for SW1? I've still got
I can, but Mr. Weir, we've looked at it very recently. Do you really need to look at it? I mean, you can if you wish, but I'm anxious that we're running out of time. And
okay, I've got SW1. I think the point with SW1 is that Clachaig Glen, as I said, is central within the view. Narracon is slightly peripheral to the view, and that's how I perceive it.
Yeah. So that's not the point I was putting to you. The thing is that you've made reference to the viewpoint 10, which is one that's very close to the coast. So the cumulative effects wouldn't be apparent as they would be from SW1, for example. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct, and that's the point I'm making in small 3, is that if you refer to viewpoint 10, there isn't a significant cumulative effect.
No, because you're not correctly located to see a cumulative effect because you're far too close to the coast. But anyway, Mr.
Well, that's the point, though, isn't it? Within the seascape and everywhere else, views change as you move about, and I happen to have commented on one where there isn't a cumulative effect.
Okay, and the other thing then about that paragraph is that you make reference to viewpoints CW1 to CW4. I'm not quite sure why you'll have done that, because those viewpoints are all from Arran, which is not an Argyll and Bute and not the subject of this particular inquiry.
So, well, they were viewpoints that were requested by Argyll and Bute Council and Nature Scott. But, well, they're not, in a way, they're not irrelevant, because we have viewpoints on Arran, and one of the benefits of the scheme in front of us is that there are no significant effects from Arran, and there could have been, and presumably that's why the council asked for those cumulative wire lines and we're demonstrating that. So I think it is relevant to refer to them.
Oh, okay. We have to focus on what's actually in contention, and the views from Arran have never been in contention. Mr. Williams,
I didn't raise cumulative W1 and W to W4. I mentioned them, but I'm not raising them today.
I think we could usefully move on now. That point's been made. Thank you.
Small 7, page 6 of your precognition. Nothing comparable. You really have to take issue with this one, because there is nothing comparable in Nature Scott assessing the cumulative impact of onshore wind energy developments with the criteria ABC's witness adopts here. So I'd like you to look at Mr. Wimble's inquiry report, please, for document 1007.
1007.
And if I ask you to go to paragraph 415, please.
Paragraph 415, was that?
Yeah, 4.15.
Yeah. Me. 15, yes.
And it's stated there by Mr. Wimble, the applicant has only assessed primary effects for the existing baseline of operation on the construct developments and does not make a cumulative assessment. Guidance by Nature Scott and GLVIA suggests this should be done. Now we've got 2 footnotes there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you see the footnotes? The footnotes are to document 714 and 701. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, if we go to footnote 17 reference, which is GLVIA 701. If we go to that, please, at a page 123. 701. is the electronic page 139. Going on to 140.
Sorry, electronic page 139, just bear with me. 139. Yes.
120 page, document page 123.
Yes.
And we have reference there to paragraph 715 and 716 in Mr. Wimble's footnote.
Yes.
Now, again, time being what it is, I'm not going to read those out, but those were paragraphs that were referred to by Mr. Wimble and matters that he took into account when he wrote his inquiry report. Is that correct?
Yes, he certainly referred to them, yes.
And then underneath that, we have bullet points, general bullet points relating to cumulative assessment guidance within that reference referred to by him. And again, I'm not going to read those out, just ask you to acknowledge that they are there page 123 to 124.
Agreed.
Yeah, thank you. Now, then the other reference that he made was to core document 714. You can close down the GLVIA. 714.
Yes.
Which is assessing the NatureScot document, assessing cumulative landscape and visual impact of onshore wind developments. Could I ask you please to look at page 6, well, they're both 6 of 17 of that.
Yes.
And we could see that there's some bullet points there. The cumulative impact of wind is a product of the distance between the individual wind farms, distance over which they're visible, overall character, siting and design, the way in which the landscape is experienced. Do you see those bullet points?
Yes.
And at 618, we have a similar number of bullet points, which are the number of other wind farms, direction to each of the projects, distance, the number and height, duration of the change. Do you see all of that?
Yes.
Now, the point is then that this guidance has been specifically referred to by Mr. Wimble in his inquiry report, and most of those points are relevant to his assessment as set out in 417 and 418 of his inquiry report that I've taken you to. So why did you say, Mr. Weir, what you did at the paragraph that I took you to, paragraph 7, where you said there's nothing comparable in NatureScot which the ABC's witness adopts here? Clearly he does.
Well, what I'm referring to is 417, Mr. Wimble's paragraph 417, where he lists a number of bullet points, which I don't think have a degree of crossover between what's in the NatureScot guidance and what he's actually referenced. So he talks about skyline effects. He talks about the proposed development lies on a different side of a landscape area. I don't see that in the NatureScot guidance, or different direction from a visual receptor. My point is that these 5 bullet points in 417 are tailor-made to criticize Clachaig Glen, and they're not directly lifted or applicable from the NatureScot guidance. He's tailored those bullet points as a sort of test, which isn't the case, in my opinion, in the NatureScot guidance.
Okay. Thank you. Finally, then, some other final points. 8 and small 11 of your recognition. Visual consideration only at nighttime. I think we've already discussed that enough. I think, though, that if I could just at 11, page 7 of your recognition, nighttime uses Kintyre, a limited number. Effects should be considered primarily as a visual effect of a character effect. So I guess it would affect a walker at Kintyre Way at night or in twilight, wishing to appreciate the nighttime experience. Would you agree?
It will be a nighttime experience point rather than a wider visual point. It's very likely, of course, that any walker on the Kintyre Way at night, should there be one, would have a head torch or some other lighting themselves, which would influence the baseline, because not to do so would be potentially dangerous, and there's a lot of uneven ground, as we know. I question why someone would be there, and if it's around appreciation of dark skies, I refer to my earlier comments on the ability to do that without undue effects from lighting on the scheme.
Thank you. And finally, then towards your overall conclusions at 412 and 513, 513 in particular, I think we can perhaps finish on a matter of agreement that there will be significant landscape and visual effects on the sound of gear.
Well, my position on this, I think, has evolved in the course of considering it. And if there's any ambiguity, and that statement there is one that when I came to consider it in more detail, I believe that the reasons I outlined earlier on, this is primarily a visual effect. And I don't accept that there's the seascape character significant effect. I draw a distinction between the two, and that is perhaps a point we differ on.
Great. Mr. Weir, thank you very much indeed. I have no further questions, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Carroll. Right, I probably have could take less than 15 minutes. We thought re-examination might be 10 to 15 minutes. Could we just take a very short break now? Come back at 25 past, just to refresh yourselves before we continue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Mr. Carroll, you're still on the call? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I came back.
Right, Mr. Weir, I've just got a few questions for you, mainly clarifications. I don't think we'll need to refer to any core documents as they're fairly generalized questions, but if we need to, then we can go to them. First off, let's talk about methodology. For my purposes, was the methodology agreed by the Council and NatureScot at the scoping stage? Or were any concerns about the methodology raised in the consultation responses?
Yes, I believe the methodology would have been agreed. I wasn't involved in those discussions, but it's clear to me that applicable methodologies, whether that be guidelines for landscape and visual impact assessment or the SNH or NatureScot guidance, is the relevant methodology. And as far as I'm aware, there was no difference between us. And in fact, when it came to elements such as cumulative, the adoption of the two scenarios, scenario 1 and scenario 2, and the wind farms to be included cumulatively, my understanding, that was all agreed. So I don't think there's any difference between us in terms of the overall methodology.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I didn't anticipate wishing to interrupt you while you were questioning, but I think it might be easier for you just to look at the statement of agreed matters in relation to landscape and visual with regard to that. And it's core document 10.2. And prior to preparing my first examination, I had cause to refer to that to make absolutely sure that there was a distinction in methodology and how far it went before I framed my questions. And you'll find in that what is stated with regard to methodology, if I could just find the relevant box, is, I can't put my finger on it just now, but basically the upshot is that in general terms, the methodology, as in the application of the GLVIA, was all agreed, but there were differences in methodology that were going to be picked up by council, by the council in the course of the inquiry. And if I could just find that. Yes, in fact, right at the beginning, LVIA methodology. It's at page 6 of 20 of core document 10.002, and the methodology is in section 2 of that. And the assessment findings, methodology and criteria used for LVIA are appropriately set out within chapters and appendices to the EIR. Agreed by council, yes. And then council comments. There is likely to be some difference between parties on some details of the methodology and its application and findings. And then there's a similar comment down below. So I hope that answers your question as fully as possible, sir.
Yes, thank you.
And apologies for interrupting.
No, not at all. Thanks. Right, Mr. Weir, just moving on. In terms of the landscape capacity study and the NatureScot guidance that you were taken to, referring to the factors to be considered in choosing turbine models, is that guidance still representative of the current situation in terms of industry manufacturing and changes in the industry that you're aware of from a landscape witness's point of view?
My understanding, and it is from a landscape witness's point of view and not someone that's technically aware of the manufacturing and trends in turbine production, etc. My understanding is that the situation has indeed changed, and that we've seen a move towards larger turbines inevitably, and so LWEX is a document of its time, and again, as I mentioned earlier, obviously I'm not a planner, but MPF4 I think is recognizing that times have changed and there's a different context, and that apply, context than there was when LWEX was prepared. And LWEX itself was updated in 2017, but it's an earlier document than that in its origin. It was, I think, going back to 2012, if I remember rightly. And I think we would all agree that the nature of renewable energy in between 2012 and where we are now, including type and height of turbines, has changed, and there's a difference there.
Thank you. Yes, I can refer back to the evidence given on Monday on policy as well in that regard. In terms of the potential significant landscape and visual effects, they're primarily contained to the west, is that correct?
Correct.
And the response in designing and siting the wind farms to respond to those potential significant effects from the west?
The design of the wind farm followed a hierarchy of avoidance, if I can use that term. So primarily, one of the objectives was to eliminate effects on nationally designated landscapes to the east, Arran, the wildland area, national scenic area. So that pushed the wind farm further to the west. But once it was located in that general area, the focus of the design and the design iteration was on achieving a balanced composition from those key viewpoints that we've discussed. Does that answer your question on? Yeah.
Apologies, as fast as my touch typing is, it's got to that time of day where it's slowing down. Is it valid to compare the consented scheme to the proposal? And are there any inherent risks to that approach in terms of potentially understating effects, Mr. Weir? And in particular, an alternative, would it be just to assess as if the consented scheme wasn't there and look at the current landscape baseline?
That is the position that was adopted for the LVIA and for the EIA. Obviously, as Mr. O'Carroll suggested, there is a natural tendency to perhaps compare it to what was consented in 2019, but that's not the basis on which the assessment was undertaken. It was assessed in its own right, and that's the evidence that's been presented. And to the extent that I have drawn on the comparison, I do that to inform the inquiry, but it isn't something that was a consideration for the LVIA. The LVIA is for the current scheme. It assesses that, and it's not indelibly linked to 2019.
Okay, so unlike some other wind farms in Scotland, you haven't done a comparative EIA. You've done a standalone EIA of what's proposed now.
Correct.
Now, returning to the point that Mr. Carroll made about the swept rotor paths, I'd just like you to confirm, do you accept that what's proposed, those swept rotor paths, would occupy more of the sky than the consented scheme?
Yes.
Now, you've already discussed the Glen wind farm proposal, so I won't ask you about that. We'll move on. You were taken earlier to core document 147. We don't need to go there. It's essentially to look at the Kintyre Way and its route. And you've done that to some extent, but I'd like to understand the route itself and why viewpoint 13 in particular was chosen. Is it because it's an elevated location? Is it due to the fact it's in an open area? Or is there any particular sensitivity to that area? Is there anywhere that someone would sit or a waypoint or anything like that that makes it more important than anywhere else in the route?
I think it's a sensible location in which to consider the impact on users of the Kintyre Way, and also, and I think Mr. Wimble references it as well, the Lochen within the view is likely to be a location where people would stop to enjoy the view. But it occurs over a very short particular impact with Lochen in the view is over a relatively short section. But it's chosen because I would suggest it's worst case. As you move westward, for example, from viewpoint 13, and you can see it on some of the visualizations, the landform rises up, and you're behind the landform to some extent. So had we chosen a location further to the west, then visibility of the turbines would, I suggest, be less or reduced. But we're trying to show what I think is a very fair location at the top of the valley where the Lochen is situated. So I think it's worst case. I think it's relatively constrained in terms of the distance, and actually it is oblique to the angle of travel either way on the Kintyre Way, but it is a location where people would stop and look along, I think. So I think it's a very fair location to choose and a good one in terms of worst case.
Okay, and in terms of other factors to consider at that particular viewpoint, I mean, is that viewpoint particularly accessible, bearing in mind issues of access and safety? I notice it's a logging route as well. Any comments on that?
Well, it is on the Kintyre Way. It is I've not walked from Tay in Lone, but it's a fair walk from Tay in Lone. But if you're doing the Kintyre Way, it's one of the steep climbs, I would suggest, from sea level up to the plateau, the upland area. So I think, as I mentioned in my evidence in chief, for a lot of that route, it is a logging route, and you're either within commercial forestry or you're looking at forestry that's been cleared, for example. And it's as you rise up the landform, it isn't until you get towards the top of the landform that you would start to gain views of the scheme of the turbines.
Okay, and do you know, just offhand, do people generally walk it north to south or south to north, or is it equally?
I don't know, but what I've just said applies equally in terms of if you're coming up from Carradale on the east, you're actually more enclosed, and I think you can see that from the ZTV, and you go through forestry as you approach. Well, you do two things. You go very close to Duker and Hill wind farm as you rise up through the forestry, but you are in forestry, and then suddenly you'll come out from the forestry in that short section of 1.5 to 2 kilometers, where you have some views. Yes.
Yeah, so when I was in that vicinity and visiting that area, I could appreciate that. In terms of sequential impacts for a walker walking along the route, do you have any comments about that?
I think obviously Duker and Hill influences the perception of wind farms in the area, and Clachaig Glen would add to that. That's true. But I think in both cases, they're relatively short sections of what is a very long route, and not likely to be experienced for a significant amount of time. There is no bench or seating that you would stop at, and so it's a point on a very long route.
Okay, thank you. You've already answered Mr. O'Carroll in terms of nighttime users of the Kintyre Way, so I'll move on to look at seascapes. We've already discussed that quite a bit. What I'd like to understand is how would the apparent scale and perception of the mainland to the sea, how would that change for someone on the island of Gigha? Would it foreshorten the sound and therefore diminish the scale of the uplands that we can see from Gigha? Would it make Gigha feel more attached to the mainland? Could you just explain that in terms of your own observations?
I don't think it would have an effect in foreshortening perception of the mainland or reducing the sense of isolation that you might get on Gia. Obviously, we're talking about the east side of Gia in particular, and not really the west in any meaningful way. And I think the visibility of the turbines, as I said in my main evidence, is secondary to the bulk and massing of the landform, and they, whilst they're prominent and we say there's a significant visual effect, I don't think that diminishes the seascape character to the point where that is itself a significant effect.
And in terms of the recreational users, are we talking about pleasure craft kayaks? Is that who we're talking about?
Yes, and again, I don't have any evidence as to the numbers of people that might fall into that category. But it is no doubt that I'm sure if I was a kayaker, which I'm not, I would probably enjoy going along the coast of Kintyre, and obviously the point at which you're between Kintyre and Gia is one of interest for people. So I imagine people do that. There may well be people that go round Gia, and if that was the case, then yes, when you're on the east side, particularly close to Gia, then the turbines will be visible.
And those type of users, they may experience the sound of Gia in a different way from, say, a ferry user who's going from A to B, and as you said, getting in their car and driving on. They might experience it at a slower pace.
But they might well do. What's a little bit unknown is the degree to which anticipation of enjoyment of the view is primary reason for them being there. So this relates to susceptibility. There might be people who have got the ambition of, I don't know, kayaking from the Mull of Kintyre up to Tarbert, or achieving something like that, or it might be for exercise. I can't second guess. I'm sure it would be correct to say that there's an anticipation of enjoyment of the view to some extent. It might not be the primary reason for them being there.
Hopefully you've answered quite a few of my other questions, but near the start, you described the aviation lighting in lumens, and you talked about it being the equivalent to a star or street lighting comparatively.
Yes.
Is there a difference here in the character in that we're using red lights, not white or yellow light?
My understanding in relation to that is that red lights, and I say this because I was involved in a hearing last year when lighting was a major point, and we had a lighting expert. Her opinion was that the human eye perceives red light, if you can put it this way, more favorably compared to white light. And I don't know what the basis for that is, but that was her evidence. So I think the red lights, if that is correct, may well be less obtrusive than white. That was certainly her evidence.
I suppose from a landscape witness point of view, I guess the question I'm asking is, did you take into account the color of the lights? Was that one of the factors that you considered?
Yes, I would say that's correct. We had the visualizations. We spent a great deal of time thinking about the intensity and how we tried to show that. And that's the outcome is the series of nighttime visualizations.
And finally, would the effect of the turbine lighting at present, when you're on Gia looking at the mainland, there's obviously lighting at the pier and some of the houses that are along the coast. The lights here would be, as you've indicated right at the beginning of your evidence today, at an elevated height above AOD. Now, what is the effect of that? Does it draw the eye up, and what does it do to the landscape when at present the lights are mainly at the coastal level?
I think if the lights are at maximum intensity, then the ability to read the landscape or the landform is hugely reduced. And even when they're at lower intensity, the appreciation of any subtlety in the landform is very limited. So I think they would be perceived as being in obviously higher than those other light sources such as housing, etc. You wouldn't necessarily know whether they were at ground level or in the sky, I suspect, given the distance. So they introduce lights where there are no lights at the moment, and that's why in my evidence I've said it is undesirable.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to understand if that would lead to a confused nighttime appearance for any day.
I don't think so, because you're not aware. You don't have any points of reference, I think, is how I would consider that. I think you're going to see the lights on the turbines in certain conditions, but you don't, in those conditions in particular, when they're brightest, you're not going to have too many other points of reference that confuse the brain into not understanding what you're looking at, for example.
Okay, and it may be for someone else, but are you aware of any issue to the safety and navigation based on the fact that this is adjacent to the sea to do with the lighting?
No, I'm not aware of that. There are lights within the sound of gear, actually, on a couple of buoys for navigational purposes. I think we mentioned in our evidence at one point, but no, I'm not aware of anything along those lines.
Okay, appreciate that, Mr. Weir. That's all the questions I have. I'll pass you over to Mr. Fraser.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Weir. Mr. Weir, can I just come back to one of the matters that you were just discussing with the reporter? I just want to make sure I understood what you were saying correctly. And that was the question about when the lights are on, what impact that might have. And I think you said when the aviation light was on at its maximum intensity, the ability to perceive the landscape or the landform would be, I think you said significantly reduced. I can't remember exactly the word, but it was reduced. What I don't know, what I think you perhaps left hanging in the air is what's causing that reduction in the ability to perceive the landform. Is it the lighting that's causing that reduction in the ability to perceive the landform, or is it something else?
No, it would be the atmospheric conditions, whether that be rain or cloud. It would be atmospheric conditions.
I thought that's what you meant, but I just wanted to make sure there was no confusion.
Quite.
About it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Can we just go back then? I haven't got very many questions, but just go back to your cross-examination. Quite some time ago this morning, you'll recall you were being asked about any changes that had been in the assessment, and particularly looking at things like sensitivity and such like, between the assessment that was carried out for the consented scheme and the assessment that's been carried out for this scheme. And you agreed that there had been a change for viewpoint 16. And you said, would you like me to give you the reason for the change? And Mr. McCannell said he didn't want to hear the reasons. Very briefly, can you just explain why there's a change?
Of viewpoint 16. The changes that arose in relation to, well, across the whole of the LVIA, in part relate to cumulative aspects that are no longer present. But in relation to viewpoint 16 in particular, we say that some of the operational and cumulative impacts are increased as the turbines are visible. But if I've got a whole list here of viewpoints where there is a difference between the two, and sometimes it's, for example, susceptibility and sensitivity has been dropped as a result of additional wind farms impacting the view. So, for example, viewpoint 23, we haven't talked about.
Just stick to. I asked you I'm trying to deal with this quickly, Mr. Weir. I asked you about viewpoint 16. Just stick to viewpoint 16. Is there anything you want to say about viewpoint 16?
Viewpoint 16, just bear with me.
About the reason for the change. If there isn't, that's it. But
I don't think there is specific. I don't think there is specifically. I think I was referring to perhaps a wider number of viewpoints than that.
Right. Okay. Now you'll recall you were asked a number of questions about the difference in size between different wind turbines and wind farms, and in particular the comparison I think was being made between what's proposed here and what we have at Ben and Turk. Can I just ask you first of all? I just want us to see the heights of the various turbines. Can I ask you to go to core document 130, please?
Yes.
And if you could go to PDF page 51 of 66.
Yes.
I think table 7.7, if you get to it. I think that's the table that sets out the various wind farms that were taken into account in the cumulative assessment. And I think helpfully it has about the middle column, roughly, the blade tip heights. So we can actually see the heights of the different wind farms and the turbines within them. Ben and Turk, I think we can see, you said it went from 63 or 60 something, I think, to 100. We can actually see that Ben and Turk 3 goes up again to 126. So it's 63, 100, and 126. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
And just whilst we've got this in front of us, also core we can see on that page is 111. Is that right?
Yes.
And Narakan we can see over the page is 180.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we could then just go to, let me make sure I've got the right, I'll just open it myself first to make sure I've got the right document before I take everybody else there. Yes, it's core document 9020, it's viewpoint SW1. Have that?
Yes, I've got that open. Yes.
And you'll recall you were asked a series of questions about the relationship of Clachaig, Glen, and its appearance of scale compared to the turbines we can see on that wireframe, effectively to the right of it, Ben and Turk and Blary Hill. Yep. If we you drew our attention to the fact that you thought that there was a comparison in scale between Clachaig, Glen, and the Narakan turbines. If we just look at the Narakan turbines, is core effectively seen from that viewpoint behind Narakan?
Yes, there's an overlap there, isn't there, between the two schemes, and there's a similar differential in scale between the two schemes.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
I was going to say the other point to make is that they were looking at a wire line. If we look at photographs that show both Clachaig, Glen visualizations and Ben and Turk, a lot of those smaller Ben and Turk turbines are actually screened to a greater or lesser extent by forestry. That becomes less the case as you move southward, but certainly those closer to Clachaig, Glen, forestry comes into play in reducing the effect of the proximity in the view. You just don't see them.
Well, that's helpful actually. As well as forestry, I think the Ben and Turk and the other turbines, they are further away from the viewer if one's looking at those particular viewpoints, SW1, viewpoint 8 or viewpoint 9, than Clachaig, Glen would be. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's correct.
So again, it will depend upon the visibility conditions at the time as to what you can and can't see.
Yes.
All right. Now, just going back though to the point about Narakan and core, you make the point. Well, actually, there's a similar change in scale. Trying to use as neutral a word as possible. Change in scale between Narakan and core, as perhaps we can see Clachaig, Glen, and the other wind farms there. What was the council's position with respect to Narakan?
There was no objection raised in relation to Narakan.
Now, the council, Mr. O'Carroll, didn't seem to think it was particularly appropriate for you to draw attention to the council's position in Narrackan and wondered about its relevance. Can we just turn, please, to the report of handling, which is core document 1.168?
Yes, I've got that.
Yes, thank you. And if you go, first of all, I think it's to, if you have this in the electronic version, I think it's effectively page 15, PDF page 15, no, sorry, I'm thinking to the wrong page. Page 13 of 46.
Yes.
And we can see that we have the recommended reasons for objection set out for they effectively go on for the length of the page.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
If we can just look at the penultimate paragraph on that page. Is Narrackan introduced as one of the reasons for objection?
Yes. Cumulative effects with Narrackan and Sheardrim. Sheardrim, of course, is no longer a scheme that is in the planning process, as I understand it.
Now, just whilst we've got that document open in front of us, please, it may just help address another point. If you could go to electronic page 23 now, please. I think halfway down that page, you'll see there's item J, which is where the report goes on to start considering landscape and visual matters. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And we can see that the second paragraph tells us the council's landscape consultant undertook a review of the proposal. Yeah.
Yes.
And also we can see a review of the EIAR.
Yes.
And then at the very bottom of the page, we can see a view is expressed about the information provided in the LVIA.
Yes.
And we can see that it says the LVIA has been undertaken in accordance with the GLVIA, third edition, whilst the council's landscape consultant agrees with the majority of the LVIA landscape and visual effects. They consider that in some instances, receptor sensitivity and the magnitude of change is underestimated. So there's obviously a difference of professional judgment there as to sensitivity and magnitude of change. But is there any criticism raised about the methodology adopted in the LVIA?
No, there doesn't appear to be.
Yeah. Right. Now, can we then go, please, to LWEX? And I think it's the second part. It's volume 2 of it we need to go to, which, if I remember correctly, is core document 7004.
Yes.
And you recall, if you go to page 52 of 381 there, you'll recall there was some cross-examination of you with respect to what's set out
Yes.
from page 52 onwards. And in particular, you were being asked about the landscape context.
Yes.
And I think we concentrated in particular about the middle of the column dealing with very large topology. We can see references to dominating the more settled and small scale rocky mosaics and hidden glens, particularly if located close to the outer edge of the upland area and visible on immediately containing skylines. And there was quite a bit of questioning about that, if you recall. Now, the concern about being located close to the outer edge of the upland area, what was the basis? Why was a concern being raised there as to what the impact might be?
My understanding is that relates to the potential impacts, significant impacts on the rocky mosaic and hidden glens that could occur, but which we assess as not occurring in any significant way.
Now, I think you made that point, I think, more than once in cross-examination. But can we then just turn, please, to the statement of agreed matters on landscape and visual matters, which is core document 10.002.
Yes.
And if we go to electronic page 11 there, 11 of 20, I think we can see that's section 5, which is dealing with landscape character.
Yes.
And if we just go down towards the bottom of the page, we can see item 6 there. It's agreed between both parties that significant landscape effects are limited to the LCT 6.
Correct.
So there's agreement they don't extend to the other LCTs.
Yes.
And then we can see in 7, it's agreed that they would be limited to a maximum of 3 kilometers from the turbines. And then 8, I think, again, addresses the point that we've just been discussing. It's also agreed in 8 there would be relatively limited visibility of the proposal from LCT 20 and LCT 19. And there wouldn't be a significant effect on these LCTs. And then it goes on to say there'd be no visibility from and no effect on the Hidden Glens LCT 3.
Right.
So, I mean, as far as you understand it, is there any disagreement between you and the council as regards that point?
No, and I wish I'd been able to recall that that was the case in the statement of agreed matters. It would have foreshortened things slightly. But it is a point I made repeatedly, both in terms of the ZTV and potential visibility from all of those LCTs. And clearly it isn't a point of difference in the sense that it's agreed in the statement of agreed matters.
Right. Now, hopefully we can deal with this without going to a document. The point was put to you and you agreed that the zone of theoretical visibility extends to what is now viewpoint 16. Oh, sorry, what was? It's now viewpoint. Let me just make sure I get it right. Actually, I may have to go to a document. Let's go to the core document 12021. Be the safest way of dealing with it. Sorry, I was trying to deal with it quickly and realised I could mislead both of us.
So it's 12021.
12021.
Yes.
And if we just look at the very last of the comparative visualizations between 2016 and 2022, which is on electronic page 22 of 25, I think we just have to make sure we get the viewpoint numbers right, you see. So you accepted that visibility goes down to viewpoint 16 in what is now viewpoint 16 for the current proposal. And we can see from the visualization clearly there will be visibility.
Yes.
Did visibility go down to the same point with the 2016 or 2019 proposal?
Yes, the turbines are visible in both cases.
Yeah. So, I mean, this point that seemed to be being put about visibility to the west, is there any real difference between the visibility, the extent of the visibility, i.e. the area where you can see it from in 2023 compared to what was approved in 2019?
No, there isn't.
Now, if we could then go to the let me just make sure I'm looking at the correct document before I ask you. I should have made a note of the core document number. Just give me a second. Yes. If we go to the report, the reporter's inquiry report for the 2019 consented proposal, which is core document 6002.
Yes.
And you'll recall if we go to electronic page 61, that will take us to paragraph 3.174.
Yes.
And you recall you asked some questions about that too, about in views from gear, which is about halfway down in the middle of the paragraph, if you remember.
Yes.
There's a sentence towards the end of a line that starts in views from gear. And then we could see in views from gear, the turbines wouldn't dominate the landscape of the designated area. And it goes on, next sentence, the visible parts of the turbines are set back behind the edge hills as shown in the photo montages. Now, which parts of the turbines are being discussed in that sentence?
I think it's blade and hub predominantly.
Yeah, and what word is used to describe what the part of the turbine?
The visible parts of the turbines.
So that's bits that can actually be seen from those viewpoints.
Yes.
Now, the bits that can be seen from the same viewpoints of the current proposal, are they in a different location in relation to the landform?
No.
So are they also set back behind the edge hills?
Correct. Yes, they are.
Yeah. Now, you were asked some questions about lighting and what lighting might be there at the moment, aviation lighting, I should say, and what aviation lighting there might be in the locality at the moment. And I think you drew our attention to Okadadui.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I think, in fact, to be fair to Dr. Wimble, if we look at his inquiry report, he deals with the assessment of lighting effects from page 38 of his inquiry report. You have that?
I'll just get that. I thought I had it open, but I can't see it, so I'll open it. Could you remind me?
I knew you were going to ask me that. It's called.
Actually, I can find it anyway. I've got it in a convenient place.
Hang on, I will tell you now. Actually, core document 10 point something. Just bear with me a moment.
1.7.
I thought it was, but I wasn't going to give us the wrong one. Thank you very much. It's 10.07.
Yes, I've got that open now.
Okay, and have you got to page 38?
38. Yes.
And as you can see, about 2/3 of the way down, we see there's a subheading assessment of lighting effects. Over the page, I think we can see at the bottom of the next page, page 39, 720, Dr. Wimble draws attention to the fact that there are also aviation lights at Ben and Turk.
Indeed, yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. And I think I'd be pleased to know, Mr. Weir, I think that's everything. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Weir.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Weir, for your evidence today. That brings us to a close of play for today's evidence. Tomorrow morning, we'll be hearing from Dr. Wimble, and we'll proceed at 9:30. Are there any procedural matters that I should know about at present?
Nothing from me, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Well, in that case, I thank you all for your time today, and we'll reconvene tomorrow at 9:30.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.